questioning. Mr. Locke.
Colonel,
Sir.
did you receive any formal training in conducting covert operations?
No, sir.
It was all on-the-job training?
That's a good way of putting it, sir. I got a lot of guidance, of course, from Director Casey, who is widely revered as an expert.
When you were on active duty in the Marines, were you involved in any special operations, as they use that term?
Per se, no. The military units I were with were conventional military units.
And you served in Vietnam during what period, sir?
1968, 1969.
Now, when you got drawn into the Iranian venture in November in connection with the Hawk transactions, as I understand your testimony, you had conversations with, among other people, Mr. McFarlane, Admiral Poindexter, various CIA personnel, Defense Minister Rabin of Israel, Ministry of Defense people in Israel, and Department of Defense personnel.
This is in November of 1985.
Right.
Yes.
And as the transaction was first presented to you at that time, is it fair to say it was presented as a straight arms for hostages transaction?
And I don't mean to give a longer than necessary answer, Counsel, but there had been a number of discussions during the summer with, as I recall, Mr. Schwimmer, Mr. Ledeen, I think eventually Mr. Ghorbanifar at some point during the summer or autumn. In each of those cases, certainly every time I talked with Mr. Ledeen, he always had a vision of a broader objective. Nonetheless, by the time I became operationally engaged in November, the proposition was put forward, at least in terms of the finding, as a straight arms for hostages transaction.
And without taking much time, your notes of the period, November 20, for example, describes 120 Hawks equals 5 American citizens and a guarantee that no more, and the sentence isn't completed, but no more would be taken, or no more terrorism, I assume.
I do recall those kinds of things being discussed. I don't want to commit myself to the fact that it was November 20th without looking at it, but do we have an exhibit number I can...
Yes, there is an exhibit number. It's Exhibit 356. And are these, does this have our letters on it? It would have Q 1327 on it, but I can read it. It has Iranians hurting for cash, goes on and says 120 Hawks, 5 American sits, 2 guarantee that no more. Could you just hand them this? This is, you hand them this will be easy.
Yes. And again, just to make note of the fact that as I got more engaged in this thing as time went on, I made a definite effort, working with Mr. Sporkin and others at CIA, to include in a finding the broader objectives that I thought ought to be there, and I think that Mr. McFarland shared, and certainly the President.
Colonel, when the finding was done in November, it was a finding that was straight arms for hostages, and that described the state of play on the Israeli Hawk transaction. Fair to say?
And the previous tow transaction.
And the previous
apparently.
tow one.
Yes.
And the point that I wanted to elicit is that the Tower Board report indicated that this started as a broad initiative and evolved during your period of management of it into a straight arms for hostages transaction. And is it fair to say that from the time of your active involvement in November, you found it as an arms for hostage transaction, and it evolved, or you attempted to evolve it into something that was broader?
Well, again, I'm not trying to pass the buck at all, Counsel. In the discussions I had, and the very first person to address this issue with me, I believe, was Mr. Ledeen. He clearly envisioned the broader objectives. And even though that initial finding did not articulate that, and I think that's probably because of the compartmented nature of the preparation of that initial finding, it's almost cyclical. That you had an intent back in June, July, August, whenever all that began. The expression of that intent, I think, is flawed in that November finding. And my effort was in January to get it back on track. And that was certainly shared in the discussions I had with Director Casey, one of which was at his home in the preparation of that second finding.
Well, let's just take it step by step. You went in December to London with Mr. McFarland.
That is correct.
And that was
He joined me in London.
And that was a trip that followed a meeting that Mr. McFarland had with the principals of the NSC.
Apparently so. I was not at that meeting.
Did he tell you about the discussion at that meeting?
In general terms,
Did
yes.
he tell you that the Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense and the Chief of Staff were opposed to proceeding with the Iranians?
I don't recall mention of the Chief of Staff. I do recall him mentioning specifically that both Secretary Schultz and Secretary Weinberger were not enamored of the proposal. I do not recall him expressing their stringent objections.
Did he tell you that he wanted to go to London to make his own assessment of Ghorbanifar?
Yes.
And you were with him when he met with Mr. Ghorbanifar in Nimrati's apartment?
I was with him when we met with Mr. Ghorbanifar, and I know the area of London, but I couldn't give you a definitive ownership of the building. But Mr. Nimrati was there.
And is it correct that that meeting was one in which Ghorbanifar was negotiating for a certain amount of tows for a certain number of hostages, and it was a bargaining by Ghorbanifar of weapons for hostages?
Well, it was that, but it was very typical of the discussions with Mr. Ghorbanifar. It was wide-ranging, rambling, very disconnected in some respects. He clearly mentioned, and I recall it because he is an effusive man, talking about the fact that there were potential openings that could be achieved, talked about terrorism, as did Mr. McFarland in the meeting. But it was very clear that Mr. Ghorbanifar was trying to establish a price which, as you know from my records, I found to be most unpalatable for a number of weapons for a number of Americans.
And did Mr. McFarlane also find that unpalatable, that lives for U.S. arms?
Again, you're asking me to get
Did he
into some-
express it?
Yes.
And in fact, did he not tell you that he was going to recommend to the President of the United States that you have nothing more to do with Gabanifar?
My recollection is that the outcome of that meeting was that unless we could get beyond Ghorbanifar and establish direct contact with Iranians, that this was probably not going to work in the long run, that we were not going to achieve our objectives. And I share that belief, and I think I testified to that yesterday.
Did you, when you returned from London with Mr. McFarlane, brief the President of the United States?
I was in that briefing, as I recall, yes.
And
I probably made some contributions to it, but my recollection is that Mr. McFarlane and I went to a regular morning briefing with the President. I may be incorrect in that. It was a long time ago.
did you also prepare a report on the meeting?
I probably did. I prepared papers on almost everything.
Do you recall telling the President of the United States that if the Iranian venture was discontinued at that time, that the lives of the hostages might be taken?
I recall certainly very clearly putting that kind of message forward. I don't necessarily recall saying it point blank to the President that morning, but I very clearly saw that as a possibility. Certainly the Israelis did. And I think to at least a certain extent that was shared by the people with whom I worked at the CIA. Our concern was that having started the route, wisely or unwisely, but having started that in August and September, and having a disaster on our hands in November as a consequence of what the Iranians clearly saw as a double cross, that we had indeed increased the jeopardy to the hostages rather than reduced it. That kind of...
If you look at Exhibit 51, it's a memorandum of December 9 from you to Mr. McFarlane and Admiral Poindexter. It's a December 9 memo. It's headed Next Steps. And at page 3, in describing the options, it says, do nothing. Very dangerous, since the United States has in fact pursued earlier presidential decision to play along with Ghorbanifr's plan. U.S. reversal now in midstream could ignite Iranian fire. Hostages would be our minimum losses. Remember that, Colonel?
Yes, I wrote this document, but I think it's important, Counsel, to point out that I was presenting forward, as I try to do in most cases, options that we had if we wished to pursue any initiative in getting our Americans back.
Well, part of your role was to point out to the President or his national security advisor the opportunities and the risks, correct?
That's correct.
And you were pointing out the risk of abandoning further arms sales to Iran in terms of saying that they might take out reprisals on the hostages, isn't that so?
That is correct,
And
at the least.
Yes, and when you say at the least, did Gabanifar make those threats, or was that an opinion that you and some of your colleagues and the Israelis formed?
I don't recall Ghorbanifar making that kind of a threat. I mean, Ghorbanifar was obviously in a very difficult situation. He had made commitments on behalf of the Israelis, perhaps, or others, that what they would deliver in December would be responsive to what they had asked for. And he had a big problem on his hands. At the same time, the Israelis saw their original initiative foundering. I know that Mr. Kimke, with whom I conversed on this both in London and before and after, expressed this kind of a view.
Now, at the briefing that you had with the President of the United States, did he ask Mr. McFarlane's opinion as to whether you should go forward?
I don't recall that part of the discussion.
Did you express a view as to whether you should go forward?
If I did, and again, I do not recall that specifically, but if I did, it was to advocate that we do something, that this whole thing not lead to the kind of outcome that is forecast right there.
Meaning the loss of the hostages.
Exactly.
Was
And
there
the
any
potential for further reprisals.
Yes.
I think
Was
that's
there-
important.
Was there any discussion about the fact that having started down the road of dealing with Iran on arms, we were now becoming hostage to that very process?
I always felt that way, and I think that's articulated in this memorandum.
And was there any discussion of the fact that if we started selling them arms, that once we stopped, we were going to run the risk that more hostages would be taken?
Yes, and there was frequently discussion of that aspect of this whole initiative.
Now-
But again, I want to make it very clear, I believed then, and I still believe today, that had we been able to get to a point where we would have had a meeting with, for example, the Vice President and Rafsanjani, which was a proposal I advocated at some point along in here, by virtue of intermediate level or low-level staff contact like I was going to do, that we could get beyond that risk, and that once you had established the dialogue that we were seeking to establish, that we could in effect start working an outcome to the Iran-Iraq war, which would then lead to a reduced need for this kind of thing to begin with. And this is important because much jocularity has been created over the fact that I gave a tour of the White House.
Well, I'm
to the
not
Second
joking
Channel.
about it.
I know that, but I would like to say this, Counsel. One of my purposes for taking the Second Channel, who is also a brave young man and also a soldier in his country, through the White House, was to show him the Nobel Prize that was won by Teddy Roosevelt. And I took him into the Roosevelt room and I showed him that prize. And I said, this is a Nobel Peace Prize. In fact, the first one ever given to an American. And it was given to a president who saw that it was to the advantage of our country and to world peace to sit down in Portsmouth and have a conference with two adversaries, the Russians and the Japanese, who were fighting a war thousands of miles away from us that had no immediate impact on America, and we solved it. And that's what I was talking to the young Iranian about, and that's the kind of thing that I was proposing that help us get beyond arms as a liability or arms for hostages.
Colonel,
Yes.
did you believe that when you were talking to that young man, it was the equivalent of talking to people like Zhou Enlai, which Kissinger did?
No.
Did you not realize, sir, that you were dealing with a country that had very, very strong feelings toward the United States,
Great
expressed
animus.
expressed by a very, very powerful leader?
I knew well exactly what he was and what the leadership represented. I also noted the fact that during the time that we were pursuing this initiative, there were no acts of terrorism addressed against Americans, and that the rhetoric from that very strong leader against us was reduced considerably.
Colonel, Colonel, there's a saying that failure is an orphan. The committee has heard testimony and will hear testimony that Secretary Shultz was opposed to this venture, Secretary of Defense was opposed to it. The meeting on December 7th, the Chief of Staff was opposed to it. Mr. McFarland said that when he returned from London, he was opposed to it, testified under oath. Had you become the principal advocate of having this program go forward?
I don't believe I was the principal advocate. Certainly Director Casey was always a supporter of it because he saw several objectives that could be achieved by it. And I would simply observe that, like some of my other activities, the opposition that I heard was far more muted while we were doing it than it ever was after it failed or after it was exposed. And I kind of get the feeling, Counsel, that there were a lot of people who were kind of willing to let it go along, hoping against hope that it would succeed, and willing to walk away when it failed. I'm not necessarily advocating that that's the way things ought to be, but this was a high-risk venture. We had an established person to take the spear, and we had hoped we had established plausible deniability of a direct connection with the U.S. government. And I'm not necessarily saying that that's a bad thing, that high-risk operations like this or activities like this, it's understandable that people don't complain too loudly while they're happening, as long as they can be assured of protection if it goes wrong.
Colonel, when you said there was an established person to take the spear, again, you're referring to yourself. That can be answered, I think, yes, no.
Yes.
And Mr. McFarland testified when he was here, and when he was shown this memorandum of yours that we just looked at, December 9, 1985, that he was surprised or shocked that you were still promoting this initiative when he was opposed to it. Do you recall him being opposed to it and expressing that opposition at your meeting with the President?
Mr. McFarland, I recall expressed concern that unless we got beyond Ghorbanifar that we would not succeed. I shared that.
Now, were you told following this meeting with the President that the President wanted to make another try?
I was told to initiate another effort.
And who gave you those instructions?
Admiral Poindexter?
Were they given at the meeting? Did the President express a position at the meeting?
I don't recall that those instructions were given at the meeting. I was simply told to pursue another initiative, and I did. And I wish to point out that Director Casey was a very strong advocate of this. You have to remember at the time that we believed that Mr. Buckley was still being held and that we had some indications that he was being tortured. And some of the things we discussed last night were possibly the subject of his torture.
Well, wasn't it the fact that you also had information at that time that he was dead? You just didn't know.
We did not know.
And were you meeting with, did you meet with Director Casey after you returned from London?
I did.
And did you express your point of view that the hostages would be killed or could be killed and there could be further reprisals if you didn't go forward with the initiative?
Yes, and I believe Director Casey articulated those same views.
Was anyone else with you? It's unimportant.
I don't recall, but I think Director Casey was on record. My recollection is that there were documents he sent forward which articulated the same view. I'm quite confident that I showed him this directive, this memorandum.
Did Director Casey tell you that he would speak to the President about it?
I don't recall him ever saying that to me. Our relationship was not one that I'd say, Mr. Casey, you've got to go to the President and talk to him about this, or that he would tell me about that.
Now, you talked yesterday about the fact that it's important for the United States to have some constancy in its foreign policy. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
You were aware at this time of Operation Staunch, correct?
Yes, I was.
And Operation Staunch represented the official United States policy against shipping arms into Iran
and Iraq.
Correct?
That's right.
And we had a very strong view that we wanted to not have arms trade taking place there.
That's correct.
We weren't very successful in stopping it, that's fair to say, correct?
Not in the least.
But we were still making protests to our allies and friends when we were able to find out that they were shipping, correct?
Generally, yes.
And were you told that the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Defense had said that this would undermine the United States' credibility if all of a sudden we became a supplier of arms?
I never heard that during the course of this activity.
No one brought that to your attention?
Never.
Was one of the reasons for wanting to have Israel involved so that we could say it was Israel that was selling, and Israel, everyone knows, sells arms?
Well, Israel was already involved, and we were going to continue to pursue it in such a way as part of the plausible deniability. That's correct.
And part of the plausible deniability did Mr. Sullivan refresh your recollection where you want to add to the answer? Because I'm not saying that in criticism. I am saying that so that if there is something that should be added to this record, it should be added.
Next question, Mr. Lyman.
Now, was the point of view expressed to you that we have to keep Israel involved in this so that it can be blamed on them if it's exposed?
I don't want to use the word blame. I don't think I ever used it, but very clearly, because this was a covert operation, a covert activity, to the extent that we could have several layers of plausible deniability, it would serve our purposes. And is because of Staunch and the rest of it, we did not want the U.S. government's hand or role in this activity exposed. And thus, we were, as I said earlier, we tried to mirror the Israeli model, if you will, of, as they did. They set up a private citizen in the case of, or citizens, I think they're private citizens, Schwimmer and Nimrati. We tried to mirror the same thing when we got engaged in it, and to separate the U.S. government as far as possible from recognizable involvement.
But you not only wanted the private citizen, in our case, General Secord, but you also wanted the Israelis there. So,
That's right.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you recall conveying that message that Mr. Neal showed you in code to the Israelis, asking them if they could live with no comment if it became exposed?
I believe that was their idea, and we agreed to it. We all agreed that there would be no comment if this activity were exposed.
I'll show you the message if it's necessary, but I can tell you now that the message attributes that to Joshua. You thought when you first saw it that Joshua may have been an Israeli, but we all know that Joshua is number one, the president, right?
That's right.
Okay. And now, you knew from your meetings with the president that he had deep concern for the welfare of these American citizens who are hostages.
He wanted them home.
And did you tell Mr. Cook of the Defense Department, as he's testified here, that the President was, quote, driving you nuts, end of quote, to get the hostages back by Christmas?
I don't recall that conversation. A lot of things have been attributed to me that I allegedly said. I don't recall saying that.
Or were you being pressured to get them back in a hurry?
It was always very clear that our objective was to get as many home as fast as possible.
That is different from my question. Did the President of the United States ever make statements to that effect to you?
I heard the President say, the President never turned to me and said, "Ollie, I want him home by Christmas." But the President very clearly articulated in the meetings I was in with him and with him in the Oval Office on this issue, and the meetings that I attended with him with the hostage families, it was very clear that the President wanted as many Americans home, all of them home, as fast as possible.
Colonel, your notes for January indicate a reference to the fact that you wanted them back in time for the State of the Union message. Do you recall that at all?
I don't, but if you'll show me the note, I'm sure it will refresh my memory.
Do you recall any conversations to that effect?
No.
We'll get you that note. Mr. Hakim testified under oath here that you told him that the President was exerting pressure on you to get the hostages back by in time for the elections in November of 1986.
The President of the United States never told me that, nor did any other person. I may have said that to Mr. Hakim to entice him to greater effort, but I certainly didn't hear that from the
So
President.
that was your idea,
Yes.
and no one in the administration gave you that idea?
No one, ever. I can assure you, Counsel, that the President's concerns for the hostages outweighed his political ambitions or political concerns. They were truly humanitarian, and I don't think it would be right to leave any doubt about that. In fact, the President was willing to take great political risk in pursuing this initiative.
Did you when you told Hakim this, think it was right to attribute that to the President?
Well, as you have in the tape recordings I made with every meeting I had with the Iranians, I said a lot of things that weren't true. And again, I'd have told them they could have free tickets to Disney World or a trip on a space shuttle if it would have gotten Americans home.
Whose side did you think Hakim was on, the Iranians or ours?
Oh, he's on our side.
And did you think that he needed an inducement in order to try to get the deal done?
I think exhausted men who are working very, very hard sometimes need all kinds of inducements.
And the inducement that you thought would help him was to say that the President of the United States wanted him back by
trying to put a
November.
date certain and get him out by then.
The message that I was referring to in your notes is, for what it's worth, on page Q 1438 of Exhibit 358, and it says, try to get results by State of the Union. But you have said, as I understand it here, it's going to be passed to him, it's easier to read. Colonel, you will spare your eyesight if you look at this copy here.
The one you've given me, sir, is a call from Noel Cook, 6300 in 1975. Once we have agreement.
Well, If you keep reading down, you'll see the reference. If you look at it in a typed form.
Try to get results by State of the Union. Right, which was coming up.
Well, who originated that?
Oh, I'm sure it was me. It was a
Now-
date certain, it was visible out there.
Did you regard yourself as having a political objective?
I have absolutely no political ambitions whatsoever, I
That
can
isn't a-
assure you. I'm not running for anything, and I'm certainly not running from anything.
Did you regard yourself as having a political objective for the President?
I think everything that is done on the National Security Council staff ought to have some recognition that there are political concerns.
Now, when the decision was made by the President to go forward, once again, the NSC turned to Oliver North and said, get it done, right?
That's correct.
And you found yourself in the middle of having to write a new finding, clean up the old finding, right?
In early January or late December, somewhere along in that time frame,
And you worked with Mr. Sporkin on that,
among others.
and ultimately there was a finding signed on January 6th and then the January 17th finding. You recall that now.
I do.
And do you recall that the draft that Sporkin gave you, Judge Sporkin gave you, had as options notify the Congress or defer notification of the Congress?
Yes,
Remember
I
that?
do. I do.
And who made the decision to not notify the Congress at that time?
My recollection is that both options were presented to the National Security Advisor, and I assume the President, and I would assume that the President made that decision.
Did you participate in any briefing of the President on that subject?
I do not recall actually sitting down in a meeting with the President. I know that there were several meetings with the President on that issue, and I don't recall specifically being with the President on the final formulation, no.
And then you've been through testimony, which we will not repeat, about all of this scrambling to find a way within the law to do the transaction without notifying Congress, correct?
That is correct.
And all of these different strategies and versions of the transaction that Mr. Niels took you through represented an effort to find a way within the various statutes as interpreted by the Attorney General to sell the arms without the notification to Congress. That's correct.
That is correct.
And on that subject, you had the Attorney General giving advice, correct? Attorney General blessed the form of the transaction.
It was my recollection, as I think I testified yesterday, that I actually carried the draft finding over to the Attorney General. I may be incorrect on that, but my recollection is that I met with the Attorney General and one of his deputies, I believe it was Mr. Jensen, got his approval on the finding, the procedures we were using, and the finding was subsequently signed by the President.
And were you also party to any discussions in which the Secretary of Defense said that he had cleared this with his legal counsel?
I don't recall talking to Secretary Weinberger directly about it. I may have.
Were you present at any meetings where the Secretary of Defense expressed his objection to the whole transaction?
No.
Were you present at any meetings at which the Secretary of State expressed his objections to the whole transaction?
Not that I recall.
Were you told of that? That they were still opposed in January? That can be answered yes, no, I think.
Yes, I suppose I had heard that they were opposed, but I did not hear then the stringent objections that have since been indicated.
Now, you did draft the cover memo, which is Exhibit 60 for the January 17 finding, did you not?
Which
It
exhibit
says
is that?
prepared by Oliver North. It's Exhibit 60. Exhibit 60, and it's a memo from Admiral Poindexter to the President. It has the famous, President was briefed verbally from this paper. Vice President Don Regan.
Where are we reading from here?
I'm reading from the third page, et cetera. That's the cover memo for the finding. You drafted that.
Well, that's-
Page 3, Counsel. What page, Mr. Lyman?
Well, page 3 has it, what I just was reading in handwriting. And it says prepared by Oliver L. North.
Yes, I see it.
And were you present when the briefing occurred, if you recall?
I do not recall.
If you look at the first page, it says in the last lines on the first page, because the last 4 or 5 lines up, because of the requirements in U.S. law for recipients of U.S. arms to notify the U.S. government of transfers to third countries, I do not recommend that you agree with the specific details of the Israeli plan. However, there's another possibility. Some time ago, Attorney General William French Smith determined that under an appropriate finding, you could authorize the CIA to sell arms to countries outside of the provisions of the law and reporting requirements for foreign military sales. The objectives of the Israeli plan could be met if the CIA, using an authorized agent as necessary, purchased arms from the Department of Defense under the Economy Act and then transferred them to Iran directly after receiving appropriate payment from Iran. You recall that?
I do.
And do you also recall in this memorandum to the President that you indicated that if all of the hostages were not released after the first 1,000 tows were shipped, that further transfers would cease? That's the next to last paragraph on the page.
Yes, it does.
And do you remember that it was, in fact, the stated policy of the President that he would try to get the hostages back by a initial shipment of tows, but if they didn't deliver them all, it would stop?
Well, that was clearly the intent when this was prepared in January. That's correct.
And did you, in fact, receive in the month or so preceding the Tehran trip instructions from Admiral Poindexter that there were to be no delivery, there was to be no delivery of arms unless those hostages were released first?
I'm sorry, would you say that part again?
Did you receive instructions from Admiral Poindexter before the Tehran trip that there would be no delivery of arms unless all the hostages were released?
I recall that being the specific objective, and I think that was our specific objective in each of these transactions, that we would seek to limit any further transfers unless we got them all home immediately. But I think it is important to recognize that those of us who were engaged in the endeavor, particularly myself, General Secord, Mr. Cave, recognized that there was probably going to have to be some give and take. And I think that we made every effort to achieve the primary objective, all the hostages home, and then proceed with the initiative in its broader sense as we had originally defined it. But that the Iranians were unwilling throughout, not necessarily just because of Mr. Ghorbanifar, but to proceed apace so that they did not lose all of what they considered to be their leverage. I do not believe at any point that we had solid evidence, nor do we today, or did we at the point in time when I left anyway, that the Iranians exercised the kind of total control over the Hezbollah in the Lebanon that many people imagined. In other words, they, the Iranians, were unable, not just unwilling, but unable to snap their fingers and cause all of the hostages to be released at any given moment.
Well, Colonel, who is calling the shots on these negotiations for the United States?
Well, on the trip that I went with Mr. McFarland, clearly he was the chief negotiator.
And on the instructions that preceded the trip, the authorization as to how far you could go, who called the shots on that?
Well, certainly Admiral Poindexter gave the guidance.
And do you recall, and this is Exhibit 276, that Admiral Poindexter sent you a prof note saying, you may go ahead and go, but I want several points made clear to them, meaning the Iranians. There are not to be any parts delivered until all the hostages are free in accordance with the plan that you laid out for me before. None of this half shipment before any are released crap. It is either all or nothing. Also, you may tell them that the President is getting very annoyed at their continual stalling. And there were other prof messages to that effect, such as prof message 277, which is to Mr. McFarland, which says, which is April 21, here is the update on what we discussed Saturday. Blank is the Iranian.
I'm missing you on 277, Counsel.
I'm sorry, 279. It says, here is the update we discussed on Saturday, referring to Mr. McFarland and Admiral Poindexter. It says, and a name is deleted for the Iranian official, wants all of the Hawk parts delivered before the hostages are released. I have told Ali that we cannot do that. The sequence has to be 1, meeting, 2, release of hostages, 3, delivery of Hawk parts. The President is getting quite discouraged by this effort. This will be our last effort to make a deal with the Iranians. And then it says the next step is a Frankfurt meeting with Gurbanifar, North, Cave, and the Iranian whose name is blanked out. You remember that those were your instructions.
That's correct.
And is it also a fact that when you were in Tehran, the Iranians suggested that they might be able to get 2 hostages released if you were prepared to proceed on that basis?
I recall that, but I also recall testifying to this committee that when we arrived in Tehran, it was evident that Gurbanifar had lied to both sides. And there were expectations on the part of the Iranians that we were unwilling to meet. And my sense is that they made an effort to compromise based on what they had told Gurbanifar before we arrived. And Gurbanifar had not relayed to us. And the fact is, the Iranians took several steps, as best we were able to determine, to make those compromises, given their rather difficult political situation.
The compromise was 2 hostages for the arms,
For the parts,
for the parts.
yes.
Well, the parts were parts for missiles, right?
Yes. Technical parts, they weren't warheads or anything like that.
Well, but they were parts that were necessary for those
That's very
missiles and
correct.
warheads to go and hit their targets, right?
Absolutely. But what the point I'm trying to make, counsel, is that we were misled by Ghorbanifar, and so were the Iranians. And the fact is, we had consistently tried to get beyond Ghorbanifar and the Israelis to establish our own direct contact. And when we got there was a willingness. The Iranians expected us, by what we were able to determine from them, to have arrived with everything. And when we didn't have everything, in fact, they kept looking up in the skies for another airplane. And when we didn't have everything, they asked where were the other parts.
Colonel,
Furthermore, I don't believe that the Iranians were ever told by Ghorbanifar that we were expecting all of the hostages to be released that day. They very clearly indicated to Mr. Cave and myself on numerous occasions, both in the first and the second channel, that that was something that was probably beyond their capabilities, and that if all of the hostages were released simultaneously, it would be very clear to the whole wide world, which they did not want, that the Iranians were indeed the principal holders of the hostages. One of our proposals was to take a European who had been engaged in this effort, a humanitarian effort, and have him go to Tehran and have all the hostages received there. And the Iranians said, for heaven's sakes, the last thing in the world we want is all the hostages here. This is not our doing. These are people who have a philosophical loyalty but not necessarily control in Tehran.
Now, Colonel, given the fact that Ghorbanifar couldn't pass a lie detector test on his own name, it didn't surprise you that Ghorbanifar was acting like a broker, telling each side what it wanted to hear. That wasn't a shock to you.
Not at all. But
And-
the level of deception in this particular case was immense.
Now, you also said that that it was clear that the Iranians might not have control over all of the hostages. Is that so?
That is correct.
Now, when the president was giving all of these instructions that we're not going to ship arms to Iran in breach of our own policy staunch, unless we get the hostages back, did anyone say to the President of the United States that they don't control the hostages?
I believe that there are memoranda from me. There are certainly clear indications from the Director of Central Intelligence that we viewed this to be, first of all, a very, very difficult undertaking. It is, after all, the only one that ever brought any Americans home. And we recognized that. And if the inference is that I exceeded my mandate, I'll dispute that with you. We very clearly tried to present to the President, certainly I tried to present to my superiors, what the facts were as we knew them. And we modified the plan sometimes on scene and sometimes en route and sometimes in the intervening days between meetings.
General Secord, who was over in Israel, indicated that he thought we should have grabbed the deal for the 2 hostages. Did you advocate that when you were in Tehran?
I don't know what that has to do with this.
Did you?
I did.
And you were overruled?
I was.
And you were overruled by higher authority?
Mr. McFarland was in charge of the trip,
And Mr. McFarland was in communication with Washington?
and so was I.
And were you told by Admiral Poindexter that the deal is clear, all the hostages have to be released, but no more arms?
I don't believe I communicated that directly to Admiral Poindexter. I certainly articulated my opinion to Mr. McFarland. Mr. McFarland made a decision, and I saluted smartly and carried it out.
Well, didn't Mr. McFarland have instructions from the President of the United States on what he could give and what he couldn't?
Apparently so.
Well, you knew that, didn't you?
I was not present when Mr. McFarland was briefed by the President.
But you received these instructions yourself from Admiral Poindexter,
That's correct.
and you understood that the decisions here were being made in the Oval Office.
That's
Didn't you?
correct.
And is this testimony that you're giving now criticism of the fact that the decision was made to stand firm with the Iranians?
I am not criticizing the President's decisions, Admiral Poindexter's decision, or Mr. McFarland. My role as a subordinate on the NSC staff was to provide advice and input. My advice at the time was to take the 2 hostages and go home.
Was the American foreign policy being driven to a great extent by concern about the welfare for these hostages?
Undoubtedly it was, but I viewed, and I think certainly Admiral Poindexter viewed, and in all of my discussions with the Iranians and the Israelis and others, I viewed the hostages as an obstacle. The obstacle had to be overcome like a hurdle before you could proceed on down the track, to use a little allegory. And what I'm saying to you is that if we could have gotten beyond the hostage issue, it would have been palatable, publicly, internationally, and every other way, to have meetings with high-level Iranian officials, first privately and ultimately publicly. And I viewed it all as a step-by-step process.
Did there ever come a moment when you asked yourself, why doesn't the Secretary of State agree with me? Why doesn't the Secretary of Defense agree with me?
They don't have to agree with me. I was simply providing advice and input and recommendations and options to my superiors. When they gave me direction, I carried them out.
Now,
I wasn't asking for the Secretary of State to agree with me.
Now, Colonel, Mr. McFarland testified that there was a sense of dejection after this trip, and that you told him at the tarmac in Israel, you know, not everything worked out so bad, don't feel so poorly about it. We got some money for the Contras out of the proceeds. You remember that?
I don't recall doing it specifically on the tarmac at Ben Gurion Airport, but I'm sure I said it to him at some point in that process.
Now, you testified that the concept of using the proceeds from the Iranian sale to support the Contras was first suggested, as you recall it, by Gabanafar in that either January or February meeting?
I believe it was a January meeting.
January meeting. And at the time that he made the suggestion, there was a profit built into the transaction. Well, let's do it this way. There were the plan that the President had approved involved 4,000 tows. Do you recall that?
I'm trying to think if that preceded or succeeded the January meeting.
The January, I will represent to you that the proposals that are described in the various memoranda, including those that went up the line, were for 4,000 tows.
Okay.
And you knew, and the documents show this, that the Iranians were prepared to pay to the Secord organization $10,000. Whatever Gabanafar was going to get, $10,000 per tow was going to flow to the Secord organization, right?
That's correct.
And you understood at some point that the Department of Defense was going to charge something like $3,500 a tow, right?
Something like that, because the price seemed to change every time he asked for the price.
There was at one point it was $6,000 a tow, and if it was $6,000 a tow, then the gross profit on 4,000 tows before expenses of transportation and so forth would be 16 million. 4,000 times 4,000. If the price was, as it turned out to be, about $3,500 a tow, then the gross profit was over $25 million. Right?
Okay, yeah.
And so there was, if this transaction went through, going to be a considerable surplus. You understood that.
Yes.
And is it fair to say, without getting into any of the details, that the surplus was going to be used for the Contras, and I'm not necessarily giving the order, for the Contras, it was going to be used to pay the cost of replenishing the 500-odd Israeli tows, and for some other covert operations of the United States and Israel.
That is correct.
And did you ever urge the Department of Defense to keep the price down so that the profits would be greater?
I don't recall doing that. I recall trying to get the price accurate. We went through a dickens of a time trying to...
But you don't recall saying keep it down so that we'll have even more of a slush fund?
I do not recall that whatsoever.
Now, do you recall whether the idea of using profit for the Contras actually first came up in a meeting that you had with Israeli supply officials in the United States in or about December of 1985?
I don't recall that. My recollection was that the first time it was specifically addressed was during a meeting with Ghorbanifar. It may well have come up before, but I don't recall it.
Do you understood from information you had that the Israeli group, the private group that they were using as their cutout, were making profit, right?
Well, again, I don't want to be too specific. We knew that somebody was making profit.
And did you not have...
In fact, the first transaction may have been all profit.
And did you not, in fact, have some suspicion that that profit was being used for some covert purposes?
Yes.
And when, in December, you were giving consideration to having the United States replicate the Israeli system, did you not at that point give consideration to the fact that you could use these funds for a covert purpose?
In December?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe I did. I mean, I have no recollection of that. My clearest recollection, counsel, is that the first time the issue of using residuals came up was during Mr. Neer's visit at the end of December, early January. And I recall that we met New Year's Day or the day after, whatever, in that time period, maybe New Year's Eve. And it was his proposal at that point to use the profits by the arrangement that they envisioned, selling Israeli tows at a profit, replenishing them with part of that money, using part of that money for other operations.
Not the Contras.
I do not believe that he mentioned Contras at that meeting.
Now,
my recollection is we began to talk in early January about other joint U.S., Israeli, and in some cases unilateral Israeli operations of a certain kind that we discussed last night.
Colonel, was it you who raised in December of 1985 with the Israelis the idea of using residuals for the Contras.
You know, I have answered the question several times now. My recollection is that the first time I addressed the issue, or the issue was addressed to me, was in January, I think somewhere around the 20th, it may have been before that, at a meeting in Europe. I have absolutely no recollection. If you've got something up there that's in my notebooks that I've given you, please refresh me.
If it were in the notebooks, I would bring it to your attention, Colonel, because I'm not trying, and I want to make this very, very clear. I am not trying to trap you or to do anything like that. I just want the facts in your recollection, and you've just given it, as I understand it.
That's correct, Counsel.
Now, which isn't to say that we don't have other information, but I want your recollection, and that's all you can give.
I'm giving it to you.
Now, when the decision...
If you have other information, such as a testimony or a statement, perhaps that would refresh the Colonel's recollection as well.
I've asked him the question, and I gather that the statement that I've just made as to whether or not you were the one who suggested it, which I can represent to you, is not something that I've pulled out of thin air, whether that refreshes your recollection. And your answer, I gather, is it just doesn't refresh your recollection.
It does not. I had, as you know, a number of discussions with Israeli officials starting in November that carried all the way on through January, when Mr. Neer was introduced to me as the principal point of contact for continuing the operation.
Colonel?
I'd kind of like to take credit for it instead of giving it to Mr. Ghorbanifar, but my recollection is it was his idea.
Okay, now, Colonel North, when the decision was made to use the Secord organization as the vehicle in the transaction, I won't use the word agent because I know that you don't like the word, has legal significance, and but as the vehicle in this organization, was there any discussion about the fact that the residual would then be in the treasury of the very organization that was taking care of the Contra resupply?
No, you're talking about back in February when I engaged him? Certainly.
And when you talk to Director Casey about the fact of using the residuals, was there a discussion that the Secord organization would be in control of this money, and that it was the Secord organization that had the responsibility for the resupply of the Contras?
Well, by the time the February transaction occurred, which did indeed produce revenues, that was very clearly part of the objective.
Now, you testified about what you said to Casey on this, which was that you thought it was a neat idea and that he was enthusiastic. He said it was the ultimate irony, the ultimate covert operation, words to that effect. You recall that testimony? I do. And you said that he recognized the political risks that would accrue if this was exposed.
Well, I'm not sure. When I said that, I don't think I was referring specifically to the linkage between supporting the Nicaraguan freedom fighters and the support that was being derived as a consequence of the sales. I think Director Casey throughout had a recognition of political risk.
But was he
on the things we talked about yesterday on Boland, on dealing straightforward with an Iranian in an effort to get the hostages back, and in an effort to even open up a relationship with the Iranians. I mean, I think he saw political risk in all of these.
Did he discuss with you the political risks of using the surplus or profits from this transaction for covert operations?
Did he discuss with me the political risks of using the surpluses for covert actions?
Yes.
Specifically, I don't believe so until well into the activity, like in October when Furmark showed up.
Did he ever recommend to you that you make sure that you get the approval through channels of the President of the United States?
I recall no such discussion.
Now, you also discussed the use of the residuals or profit for the Contras with Admiral Poindexter, correct?
Correct.
And that was before you put it in any memoranda?
Yeah, and I don't recall specifically on this case, but my normal modus operandi on making a proposal such as that would be to go over and sit down with the Admiral and talk to him. And normally the Admiral would like to think about it.
And
I mean, the Admiral is not a hip shooter, as I am accused of being.
cautious
and-
man?
I think so.
Man who
Prudent?
prudent, man who plays by the book?
My sense is that he is exactly that, and let me just make one personal observation, and maybe I've alluded to this before. You know, there's a long history of rivalry between the services, and he and I are both part of the same naval service, and even though some of my Marine colleagues might not like to hear this, that is an admiral I would follow up any hill, anywhere. And I really mean that, because I think he also saw the necessity of taking risks, and he was willing to do so himself, and he placed himself in jeopardy. And he was the kind of person who recognized the risks, weighed the benefits, and made decisions.
Did he discuss the risks of using the funds for the Contras with you?
Yes,
What did he say?
this had better never come out. And I
Yes.
took steps to ensure that it didn't, and they failed.
And did he discuss that with you when you first raised it? This had better not come out?
I don't recall that specific discussion then. We certainly had it later.
At the time that you first briefed him on it, did you discuss how much money could be generated for the Contras if the 4,000 tows were sold?
Oh, I think I did, and I think I was probably always too enthusiastic in my projections. In the document that we now have shown the world, I anticipated a residual that was in excess of what was realistic.
Did you, do you recall how often, how long after you first told him about this orally, he got back to you?
No, I don't. I guess it was a matter of weeks because, or days or weeks, certainly because by February we did it.
Now, you testified that in addition to the oral briefing of the Admiral that you just referred to,
Well, I got myself a little off track. I didn't finish
Okay,
the
but-
story. My normal procedure would be to sit down and talk to him. He'd normally say, let me think about it, or prepare a memo on it. I would prepare a memo on it. On numerous occasions, I would run that memo by Director Casey before I sent it to the Admiral. And I'm confident that I did that in this case.
now,
Director Casey would usually look at it and say, you ought to think about putting this here and that there, or mention such and so, you haven't mentioned it.
well, he was a good writer.
He was remarkable.
Now,
I'm looking forward to his book.
you think he's going to cover this in it?
It'd be interesting to see.
Did he tell you he was before he died?
No, he didn't. Not this particular thing. But I watched him write part of that book, and I'm looking forward to it.
Colonel, when you showed him these memos, which had that famous line, suggest you brief the president and get the president's approval. Did he say, take that out?
No.
Now, you testified, apart from what you've just said about how your practice was of briefing the admiral orally first.
And I don't want to leave you with the impression I always did it that way, but when there was a difficult issue, we would...
That was your practice.
Yes, sir.
And you testified that, as I said, apart from orally briefing the admiral, I'll get this question out before the recess, you specifically wanted, and I'm quoting you, before proceeding on a matter of this degree of importance to have the president's approval. Recall that?
I'm sure I said it because I certainly felt that way.
And this was so, even though Director Casey and Admiral Poindexter were in favor of using the profits for the Contras. You still wanted that president's approval. Correct?
Yeah, but let's not attach too much significance to my proposing that, because it just seemed to me, as I was working this issue through, that the president ought to have been aware.
Now, you worked under 3 different national security advisors, or 4?
4.
And you had substantial responsibility under how many of them?
Well, I guess 2. I worked very hard when Judge Clark was there. I'm not...
You have direct contact with Judge Clark, too?
Occasionally.
And
Judge Clark was the one who assigned me to work with the Kissinger Commission.
And you had, based on your experience, formed an opinion as to what issues should be elevated to the president and which ones don't. Is that fair to say?
I would have to be fairly inert not to have figured that out by then. Yes?
And when you wrote memos, you would sometimes have memos that indicated that you wanted just the approval of the National Security Advisor, and in other cases, you would indicate that the National Security Advisor should brief the president and get the president's approval, right?
Yes, and occasionally I was reversed on that. And you certainly have documents of mine in which National Security Advisors crossed out the line and said, brief the president, or send the document forward, and he'd write on the bottom, I've taken care of this orally, or things like that.
Is it fair to say, Colonel, that if the National Security Advisor struck out on 1, 2, or 3 memos that related to the diversion, that you should have the president briefed or get his approval, that you wouldn't keep writing memos with that same tagline?
I can assure you, counsel, that if the National Security Advisor had told me not to do anything, I wouldn't have done it.
Now, I would like to direct your attention to the drafts of this memorandum, because actually the memorandum that you were surprised to see that day in the Attorney General's office exists in 4 different copies. And I'd like to go over that with you.
Are you criticizing how well I did my shredding?
Colonel, my eyesight has suffered from reading what you left behind.
I deserved that one. Could you refer me to the exhibit, sir?
Um, 283 is one, and then 283A, B, and C, and I'm going to put them in an order for you so that we can take a moment. I think it's important. Okay.
Oops.
one is 60. Let me, show you what I think was the first one. These are all drafts of the same memo. Exhibit 283C is a memorandum which I am advised that your attorney returned to the NSC, Mr. Sullivan returned to the NSC. And that, if you look at the paragraph on the first page, is typed with "on September 14." Do you see the line I'm referring to?
I do.
Then, if you look at 283B, and 283 itself, because 283D, I believe, is just a different copy of it. They have...
Which is a copy of which now?
Look at 283B and 283 next.
Right. Are they not the same?
No, because if you look at 283B, you'll see that the 14 on September 14 is crossed out and 1-3 is written there, meaning September 13.
Right.
And on 283, the 14 is crossed out and only 3 is put in. So I believe that they are different in that respect. Or if you'll see it clearer if you look at 283D and compare it with 283.
Got it.
Now, so the original draft appeared to have September 14 written on it. Then the 14 was struck out and 13 was written in, and we are told that one of those at least is in the writing of Colonel Earl. And then we have 283A, in which the typist made the correction, and that was taken off, and it's typed now September 13, and that was taken off of the disk on Fawn Hall's typewriter by the FBI. So do you follow me?
Okay.
Now first, on the first version of this draft, where did you get the copy that your attorney sent back to the NSC?
Let me just make one. You say on the first version. Which first version are we talking about?
That would be 283C,
See.
which is the one that has the September 14 typed without the correction to 13.
Okay. That is one of the documents that I removed from the NSC on the 25th.
And do you know where you found it?
In my files.
Now, do you recall
I want to make something also very clear.
we're going to come into the removal on the 25th, Colonel, so if you want to
Okay.
get into
No,
that
go
subject,
ahead.
I think all you'll be doing is repeating
Very well.
that if you go into it now.
Very well.
And I think you want to get this over with. So do we.
The whole thing over with.
This exhibit is very confusing because it does not bear the stamped numbers that we placed on the documents at the time they were returned to the NSC. So we're not sure whether, in fact, these are the documents.
Well, I don't know
And
what...
I'd like to show you an exhibit that accompanied these documents, so at least the record will be straight regarding the circumstances of their return.
I could tell you that we were told, Mr. Sullivan, that this exhibit came from the documents that you sent back to the NSC. If you have the actual copy of the document you sent. and it is on it, it's just in the typing here, it's number 7.
I'm
If
sorry.
you look, 139,
Which one are we looking at, D or C?
it has the number, if you look at 283C, which is the one you returned.
Okay.
You returned it on December 2.
Could you show us a copy with the number stamp that our law firm placed on the records at the time they were returned?
It's an obscured by the declassification standard. See, we had to have them declassified. And it's in the lower right-hand corner, and I believe it has the number 139. Sullivan, I mean, do you dispute that this is the document that you returned to the NSC?
Well, I'm trying
You know
to-
what you returned.
I'm trying to determine that, Mr. Lyman, without the numbers. If I see the numbers clearly, I can tell you whether it's returned, because I believe the only documents in the case that were number stamped by our law firm were the ones that were returned to the NSC, accompanying the cover letter on the poster board dated December 2nd, 1986. We
see.
number.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me for interrupting here, but I'd just like to bring the attention of council to the fact that none of the members can see the document that Mr. Sullivan has put up on the poster board, and I wonder if you might take that into account in your questioning.
Okay,
It's simply not visible from up here on the dais. Mr.
Let me
Sullivan.
read it to you. It's a letter that Mr. Sullivan wrote on December 2, 1986, in which he said, he addressed it to the NSC, to Commander Thompson. He said, Lieutenant Colonel North is herewith delivering documents to NSC. In order to ensure that the documents are preserved, the pages have been number stamped 1 through, is that 168 inclusive. The document I've just given you has a 139, 140, 141, 42 stamp. You want me to read the rest of it?
Might as well, for the sake of a complete
Well, it's an
record.
it's Exhibit 324 in our book, and it says, also delivered are the WHCA Motorola Pageboy, the Motorola handheld portable telephone, and the NSC government transportation request with its number, which I will not read, issued to Lieutenant Colonel North. Would you please arrange for the return of Lieutenant Colonel North's personal property, which is located in his office? He is particularly interested in the prompt return of his Marine Corps uniform items, family photos, and other personal effects. Sincerely yours, Brendan Sullivan, attorney for Lieutenant Colonel Oliver L. North, copy to Brenda Riga. And it's exhibit for members and for others, pressed, Exhibit 324. And this bears a stamp number within your group. Now, you got this from your office, is that established now?
Well, our copies, I can see the number 13
You can see the,
written over by the stamp, so
and you look at the third page and you'll see it very clearly, 141.
I see 14. It's been cut off. But
Even
I
on
do
the
see.
third page?
I think the Xerox just cut them all off on the right margin.
I think they're all cut off. They do appear to be the number stamps that were placed on at our law firm at the time the documents were returned. If you're trying to associate the numbers with the date particularly, or whether one was prepared before the other, I don't believe that we are able to answer that, of course. Perhaps Colonel North is able to answer from the
Now-
test, but not from the numbers.
Now, well, Colonel North, do you recall the occasion on which the September 14 was changed to September 13?
No, but I can only guess it's because at some point along the line, I learned that the Israeli government had transferred 508 tows, not on the 14th, but on the 13th, is all I can assume,
And you try to be precise if you learned something was wrong?
to correct it.
And here, you saw the corrections in handwriting, and then the last version, which has it typed, was found on your secretary's typing disk September 13.
Yes.
And do you know where the actual typed copy of the corrected one is?
I would guess it is in the bag of shredded material.
It's confetti, as we call it.
Confetti. I'll
Right.
call it that, too.
Good time to
This
call a
is good.
recess. May I advise members of the Senate that a vote is pending at this time. The committee will stand in recess for 10 minutes.
They all have the same paragraph, that the President approved the structure depicted above under current situation,
Right.
and that the terms of reference at tab A.
Yes.
And as I understood your testimony earlier, that the transaction as described in this exhibit and its various corrected forms changed prior to Tehran. Am I correct? The
Yes,
structure
this particular transaction was never concluded.
in that form.
That's right.
And as the structure was changed, you would do other memoranda summarizing the structure in the same form as this one.
Yes.
And is it a fact, sir, that the terms of reference were in fact approved by the President, either this or the ones that you attached to later memos?
Yeah, and I do not know if it is this particular version of the terms of reference, but we did have a memo very similar to this that we carried with us to Tehran that had been, I was told, approved by the President.
And the terms of reference were transmitted to to Admiral Poindexter for the President in
Memoranda similar
memoranda
to this.
similar to this one.
That is correct.
Now, you've testified, and we don't have to belabor it, that since the originals of these memoranda that referred in one paragraph or so to the use of proceeds have been destroyed, you have no way of recalling which boxes were checked. That's
I do
correct.
not. I do not recall.
But you did do a series of memos after this on other aspects of the Iran initiative, which you passed up to Admiral Poindexter for presidential approval. Do you recall that?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, look at exhibit. I'd like you to look, and I think we're going to put in front of you, just out of the exhibit book so you don't have to wander through them all, exhibits 296, 297, 302, 303. You see those documents?
Okay.
296 was a memorandum that you sent to John Poindexter, and it said next steps on American hostages, and it describes the release of Father Jenko and the shipment of the balance of the Hawk parts. I'm not sure you were able to hear the question.
Please.
I said this memorandum of July 29, 1986 describes the release of Father Jenko and the shipment of the remaining Hawk parts that were owed to the Iranians. And if you look at your last paragraph, it has a recommendation. Recommendation that you brief the President regarding our conclusions on the Jenko release as indicated above and obtain his approval for having the 240 Hawk missiles parts shipped from Israel to Iran as soon as possible, followed by a meeting with the Iranians in Europe. You see that?
Yes.
And there's a check under approved JP.
Yes.
And a date, and then
Right.
it says President approved with JP's signature.
Yes.
Now, this is a document that referred to the shipment of the Hawk parts that had been paid for in May, correct? The balance of the Hawk parts.
Let me just think now where we are in the chronology of events. I believe that the Hawk parts were indeed paid for in May.
And because the hostages weren't released and that mission aborted, you did not ship the rest of the Hawk parts.
That is correct.
And then after Father Jenko was released, you delivered the balance or some of the balance of the parts, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And there was no money that was going to flow from that shipment of the Hawk parts because they had already been paid for, correct? You remember that?
I believe they had been, yeah.
And this memorandum, therefore, doesn't discuss the use of proceeds.
I can't tell.
Well, I
from
can
what
tell
is-
you, I will represent that to you.
I mean, do you know what was under the black stuff?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And it doesn't,
Okay.
it was sensitive, classified material that I think you would appreciate should have been blacked out.
No, I understand. I just did not recall what was underneath it. In fact, I was a little curious that,
And it has the approval, JP, and it indicates the President approved.
it does.
And this memorandum was preserved. And it's a System 4 document, you notice?
I do, but I don't want to attach any particular significance. There were other documents that were preserved that I didn't know were preserved. So
Now, another one that was preserved is Exhibit 297, which is a memorandum dated June 27, or rather July. There's a cover. There's a first sheet which says June 27, but then there's a memorandum of July 26, which asks for permission for you to travel to Frankfurt and do other things in connection with the Genco release. You see that memo?
I do. I'm not quite sure I understand what that... This is an unusual format for me to be sending something to forward,
Well,
in that normally the first thing underneath this sheet, right here, would have been this sheet right here.
it would have been the second sheet.
Yes.
But the way in which we got papers from the NSC, which is the way we've kept them together, had this attached, and that may have just been in the way they did their production to us. But if you look at your July 26 memo, you again said that recommendations that you initial and forward your memo to President at tab 1, and you prepared a memo for Admiral Poindexter for the President.
Yeah, let me, if I can, just 1 second, Counsel. I believe that the memo that is right beneath the cover sheet, this is a standard NSC cover sheet.
Right.
I believe that this memo right here is probably a KL-43. I'm trying to figure out what it is, but it looks to me like a KL-43 message back to my office that was then typed and probably put in an envelope and sent to or given to Admiral Poindexter. I'm guessing.
Well, however the file,
But
and
what I'm
people
saying-
handled it, if you look at the actual System 4 document, which is a memo from you to Admiral Poindexter enclosing a memo from Admiral Poindexter to the President outlining certain aspects of the Genco release, and again, you asked that he forward it to the President, and you have a note that indicates from Admiral Poindexter that he briefed the President on the secure phone and the President approved.
I do not see the
You don't
note
s-
that the President approved.
Well, do you not see on the page of the July 26, the first sheet, July 26, 1986,
Okay.
a note 7/26/86,
I see it.
briefed President on secure phone, President approved.
Understood. I was looking too
Okay.
far.
And then, if we look at the Exhibit 302, which is the a September 8, 1986 memo from you to Admiral Poindexter, again, it says, has a recommendation to Admiral Poindexter that you use the attached papers in discussing our next steps with the President. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And that also has an approved mark by the Admiral, or by someone.
I do not know that that's necessarily the Admiral. There is a
Well-
check mark in the box, but as you have seen, the Admiral normally put his initials.
Well, do you know anyone who was just forging his check marks?
No, I don't know if anyone's...
And
I
this,
don't know, Counsel, I don't know whether you can forge a check mark.
well, do you know anyone who was putting check marks for Admiral Poindexter without his authority?
I do not, but
Now, Do you have any reason to believe that Admiral Poindexter didn't put the check mark on this document that was delivered to us by the NSC?
Counsel, I have no idea who put the check mark. It is a memorandum from me to Admiral Poindexter. There is a check mark in the approved box. As I just indicated to you, in almost every other document I got from the Admiral, there was a JP.
Now look at the next one, Exhibit 303. Again, you have recommendations. One is that he discussed something with Director Casey relating to Mr. Neer and the Iran initiative.
Yes.
And the second is that you briefed the President on the initiative outlined on tab 3.
Initiatives, plural.
Initiatives, I'm sorry.
I believe these are the ones we talked about last night.
And there again, there is approve J. Dunn, correct?
Yes, JP.
JP. And these initiatives, were these initiatives that were going to be funded out of the residuals?
Yes.
And then we have Exhibit 311. And that's another next steps memo from Oliver North to Poindexter, right? To Admiral Poindexter's.
What's the date on this one? Yes.
And here again, you were asking for travel authorization. You were asking for him to have the President inscribe the famous Bible and do a letter to Prime Minister Perez.
That's correct.
And it's fair to say that the Admiral indicated his initials where he approved.
That's correct.
And on one of them where it says that you tell Director Casey to prepare an appropriate intelligence package, there is no notation of approval or disapproval.
That's correct. There's also a notation on the fourth point for talking points for use by cop with near.
And that says JPC.
Right.
Now, so it was not unusual for you, when you were dealing with the Iran initiative, to get back memoranda from Admiral Poindexter indicating that he had accepted the recommendation and had briefed the President.
That's correct, but it was also not unusual to have initiatives that were not sent back, memoranda on initiatives that were not sent back, and I tried to make that clear yesterday.
Now, as you sit here today, are you in a position to say that every single one of the 5 memoranda that you sent to Admiral Poindexter referring to the use of the residuals for the Contras was not sent back?
No, sir. I did not say that yesterday, and I don't say it today.
And
I also told you that I admitted an effort to destroy all of those.
now, is it also correct?
And I also indicated the reason why
You
I
have.
destroyed those.
Now, Colonel, did you also participate in a number of briefings of the President on the Iran initiative?
I'm sure that I did. I wouldn't care to characterize how many it was, but I met with the President a little bit more often than some people say, less than others.
Well, how many times would you approximate that you met with him in 1986 to discuss the Iran initiative?
Well, at least 3.
And is it fair to say that at none of those meetings was there any discussion of the use of the proceeds for the Contras?
I do not recall ever discussing with the President the use of the residuals to support the Nicaraguan freedom fighters.
Now, at the meetings that you had with the President, was Mr. Don Regan present?
There was always someone else present. I wouldn't say that Mr. Regan was necessarily always there, but
And
certainly there was always someone else there.
And in addition to the meetings that you had with the President on the Iran initiative, did you also have meetings with the President and others, because you've said that someone was always there, on Contra support?
Sure. I mean, we had National Security Planning Group meetings on that issue.
And did you, in addition to those meetings, have meetings with him and the National Security Advisor to talk about the status of the Contras?
Yes, but, you know, and it was not unusual, particularly when Mr. McFarland was National Security Advisor, to have that be the subject of a morning briefing at
And
9:30.
that would be the 9:30 briefings?
That's correct.
And would you be asked to do the briefing?
Occasionally.
And do you recall what topics you discussed?
It would usually be the hot issue of the day. Inevitably, it would focus at some point on the need for additional congressional funding.
Would it discuss what the financial condition of the Contras was?
As the memoranda that I sent forward did.
Now, do you recall that at the time that you were involved in the Iran initiative and the Tehran visit, that the Contras were running out of money?
Yes.
And there are a whole series of exhibits which were in Mr. Neal's exhibit book, but which he did not go over, but I think I can point them out to you and then move on to the question, Exhibit 3, 4. Can I have? It's the first book. Exhibit 3 was a KL-43 message on April 21, 1986, to you from Mr. Secord, indicating that they were running out of money. It said current obligations over the next few weeks nearly wipe us out except the CD.
Right?
Incidentally, did you know what the CD was for?
It was as I understood it, a $2 million allocation set aside for insurance of aircraft that were not ours. They were the property of another government.
Now, and who told you that?
Well, I'm quite confident it was General Secord. It could also mean, and I don't know the value of that particular CD, but as I testified last night, I had frequently told General Secord to set aside monies for other activities. And I think it's important you note, when in my discussion with Mr. Neer, going all the way back to January, Mr. Neer indicated the desire to use the residuals for other activities. And as I testified last night, I often did not reveal to General Secord or any others, aside from my superiors when I was apprising them of the planned Israeli operations, that those monies were specifically for those purposes. I also indicated that I tasked General Secord frequently to provide on short notice other support for other operations.
Now, if you look at...
and thus, the bottom line of all this is I don't recall at this point, here 2 years later, or a year later, what the specific CD reference is.
Now, if you look at Exhibit 4, which is an April 21, 1986 memorandum, and it's a prof note, actually, to McFarland, and I can read to you from the second paragraph that says, "There is great despair that we may fail in this effort," referring to the Contra support, and the resistance account is darn near broke. Any thoughts where we can put our hands on a quick $3 to $5 million? Gaston is willing to go back to his friends who have given $2 million so far in the hopes that we can bridge things again. And in fact, as you understood it, the resistance account was darn near broke at that point,
That's
right?
correct.
And when you indicated that Gaston was willing to go back to his friends, that's Gaston Segura,
That's correct.
and does that refresh you as to whether you knew who those friends were at that point?
Those were the friends that I had already met with.
And does it refresh you that you knew that they had already given $2 million?
Certainly.
Now, on Exhibit 5, which was a note from you, again, a prof note, again, you talk about you say that the weekend's trip to Central America is the most depressing venture in 4 years of working the Central American issue. And you describe your anxiety that Congress won't act in time. And that really did reflect your point of view at that time.
Certainly did.
And was that really did it not only reflect your point of view, but was that a state of anxiety that existed in the White House at that time?
I think it was not only in the White House, it reflected the sense of the Central American leaders with whom I visited.
Did you
It
discuss...
reflected the sense of the Nicaraguan resistance. I'd like to just point out that one of the sentences in there is that all hospitalization for wounded in action will cease at the end of this week. Troops returning to Nicaragua this week will carry only, I can't read how many because it's not Xeroxed well, blank rounds of ammunition instead of the 500 they had been carrying. No new radio batteries are available, so there's no way to pass commands or intelligence. That is exactly what I was seeing when I was on the ground.
And do you recall discussing with the President of the United States that dire condition?
I don't recall specifically discussing it with the
Now,
President.
do you recall that there was an NSPG meeting that was going to take place on May 16, 1986?
I don't specifically recall
Well, if
that
you
one.
look at the Exhibit 8, that a memorandum that you prepared for Admiral Poindexter for this meeting.
As
You
I see on this memorandum, it was prepared by myself and another staff officer.
And do you recall, sir, that the subject of this meeting was the dire condition that the Contras were facing in terms of
Yes.
funding?
Yes,
And you actually attended the meeting, am I correct?
I do not remember whether I actually attended that meeting or not. I guess I did, since my name is on the attendance list.
Do you recall attending a meeting at which it was suggested that pursuant to the authorization that Congress had granted for humanitarian solicitation, that the Secretary of State would try to come up with a list of countries to solicit? And I can show you your Exhibit 343, which is that, which is in the classified book. You recall attending that meeting? You see yourself listed as the last name there? Most junior person there?
That was frequently the case, Counsel.
You see yourself listed?
I do.
And if you look over those, does it refresh your recollection that the discussion there was how to get money for the Contras? including going back to Congress, going to third countries. In fact, if you look at page 7, you'll see a reference to statements by Secretary of State Schultz. Does that refresh your recollection at all, Colonel?
Somewhat. I must confess not to have a vivid recollection of this meeting, but I obviously was there,
Well,
and this was obviously the subject of discussion. I'm not trying to be evasive. I just don't remember it
do you
well.
recall that the meeting ended with a suggestion that a list of countries who might be approached would be prepared and submitted to the President?
I do not remember that, but I'm not saying it didn't happen at the meeting.
Now, do you recall that following that meeting, you wrote a prof note to Admiral Poindexter, which appears at Exhibit 10. This is not in the classified. Is that a prof note that you wrote?
I have a note from,
From
are you talking
Oliver?
about the bottom one?
The note,
This is further?
second page, note from Oliver North, subject Iran and terrorism. And then, if you look at the third paragraph, so, third or fourth,
Yes.
and it reads, "You should be aware that the Resistance Support Organization," that's Lake,
I don't see it.
are you looking at Exhibit 10?
Yes.
Do you see a sentence that begins, "You should be aware"?
I see it, yes.
"You should be aware that the Resistance Support Organization now has more than $6 million available for immediate disbursement."
Yes.
And in fact, that was $6 million that was generated from the deposits for the arms sales. That's correct, isn't it?
I believe it is, yes.
And then it says, "This reduces the need to go to third countries for help."
That's what it says.
Now, does that refresh your recollection that earlier that day, there was a discussion with the President at the NSPG meeting that you participated in about going to third countries for help?
Again, my recollection of the meeting is with the President is not altogether clear. Very obviously, I wrote this note, and it does refer back to that reference that you have made.
Now, did you ever discuss with Admiral Poindexter the subject of this note, namely that the need for the Secretary of State and the President to get involved in third country solicitation had been relieved to a little extent by the $6 million that you now had available?
Well, I think the issue is not so much the need. The issue was, and certainly it was my understanding, is you needed a lot more than 6 or even 10 million from Brunei. You needed a lot of money.
But this was good news, wasn't it?
Well, I would guess so, yes.
That's what you were conveying.
Yes.
Did you ever discuss with Admiral Poindexter that this was good news that ought to be brought to the attention of the President of the United States or the Secretary of State?
I did not. I saw no need to. I still believe that we ought to have gone to others and go back to others that have already given, because the need was much greater than $6 million.
Well, this said,
The
this,
need, you know, and I...
didn't you say
Wait,
this
wait.
reduces the need? Those are your
Well,
words?
perhaps the immediacy of the need. Those are not, I'm not going to back away from the words that I wrote at the time. The point that I'm trying to make is, just like the one I tried to make yesterday when we were talking about Boland, is there was always a need to get more money, to get the CIA back involved, and this note says that.
What
You
occasion...
know, I didn't want to be able, to be out there doing these things, counsel. What I was trying to do was to get a full program reestablished by the government of the United States, and we were trying to bridge it until that happened.
Colonel, what occasioned you to write to Admiral Poindexter saying that this reduces the need?
Well, I think probably that it was important he understand that Secretary Schultz didn't need to go out that afternoon and go ask for additional help. But as we all know, Secretary Schultz eventually did.
Now, let's go on here, because you do in this note, and you've already testified to it, you plead for the legislation to get the CIA back into it,
Yes?
and you say, the more money there is, see if you can follow me, it's the next paragraph.
Why don't we read the whole thing, because I think
Well,
that
I would
note's
like to
important,
read,
counsel.
I'd like to read this, and then we can come back and read anything that you feel that I haven't done in context, but
Well, but I think that the entire context of the note is important.
I am asking the questions now, and I would like to read these and ask you about them.
I will
The
answer
more-
your questions,
The
counsel.
more money there is, and we will have a consider...
Counsel, where are you reading?
It's the paragraph, that same paragraph, but there's a break, and where the break is, there's a to arrange. Do you see that?
Is this the bottom paragraph on the page?
It's the bottom paragraph, though it's not broken into paragraphs.
Unless we do this, we will run increasing risks of trying to manage this program from here with the attendant physical and political liabilities. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes? And then it says, I am not complaining, and you know that I love the work, but we have to lift some of this onto the CIA so that I can get more than 2-3 hours of sleep at night. The more money there is, and we will have a considerable amount in a few more days, and let's stop there. That was also going to be more money from the Iranian deposits.
I believe so, if the time is right.
The more money there is, and we will have a considerable amount in a few more days, the more visible the program becomes, parentheses, airplanes, pilots, weapons, deliveries, etc., and the more inquisitive will become people like Kerry, Barnes, Hawkins et al. Those are members of Congress.
They are.
While I care not a whit what they may say about me, it could well become a political embarrassment for the President and you.
I think that's been borne out.
And what was the political embarrassment that you were focusing on then?
We have it before us, counsel.
That it would come out that you were generating the funds for the Contras and doing what you've described to assist the support operation?
Yes.
And you then come up with the proposal. Much of this risk can be avoided simply by covering it with an authorized CIA program undertaken with the $15 million. And you say that Schultz doesn't seem to understand that, right?
That's what I said.
And then you say, I have no idea what Don Regan does or does not know of my private United States operation, but the President obviously knows why he has been meeting with several select people to thank them for their support, right?
That's what it says.
And those were people who you had put the scheduling request in for?
As again, my recollection is that I did a relatively few of those. That procedure was eventually taken over by others.
And incidentally, I don't want to get into a semantic argument about about solicitation or not solicitation. The slides that you have identified for us are part of a program that you would show. Is that correct?
It was described earlier by this committee as a 1-2 punch.
Right, and that was what it was.
I disagree with that characterization, Counsel. I think that it denigrates the intelligence of the people with whom I was speaking and their willingness to contribute to a cause that was important to the national security of the United States.
Well, do you deny that what you were doing was that you were pointing out to them what you believed the national security of the United States required in terms of support for the Contras, and then telling them that you could not ask them for money, that had to be done across the street?
I would stop my presentation where at the point where somebody, where I would say that they had to go to somebody else. I don't think I ever told anybody else to go to Mr. Channel or Mr. Miller or anyone else. I would simply indicate to them that I could not and would not solicit money. And I don't believe the committee has any evidence to the fact that I did.
Well, do you deny that you told them that if they were disposed to give, they should see Channel?
My recollection, Counsel, is that I stopped at the point that I just told you. I've spoken to thousands of people, perhaps even tens of thousands of people, about the needs of the Nicaraguan freedom fighters, and I did not solicit from them a penny.
You just prepared them for the pitch that would be made by Channel?
Call it what you will, Counsel.
Well,
I
is
was
that a
explaining exactly what the situation was in Central America and how it would affect the national security of the United States of America. And if good Americans were motivated to give money to the Nicaraguan freedom fighters as a consequence, all I can say is, thank God, because without that help, they could well have died in the fields of Nicaragua under the helicopter gunships provided by the Soviet Union.
Well, Colonel, do you think it's an unfair characterization that you were trying to encourage them to give?
Sure.
It's the committee's job to draw its own conclusions. Don't have him characterize anything. Just ask him the question and he'll give you the answer. He's answered it several times, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman,
See?
he's answered the question several times. The committee members will draw their own conclusions about this.
I will withdraw that question. I
Thank
think
you.
we can draw.
Counsel, I would be willing to
conclusions.
give that briefing to this committee if you'd indulge me, and you can draw your conclusions from that, and I will give it verbatim the way I gave it to tens of thousands of Americans.
Did you-
Some who were disposed toward the resistance, and some who were desperately opposed to it.
Did you give munitions lists?
I'm sure that I did. I gave the cost of various munitions, the cost of various aircraft, the cost of blowpipe missiles as they were provided to me.
Give costs of advertising?
I don't know that I did. I wasn't quite as familiar with advertising as I was with weapon systems.
Did you ever tell the President of the United States that the only thing that people were being asked to do was to contribute for advertising?
I do not recall ever telling the President that.
Now, you testified that one reason that Mr. Casey was excited about the plan for use of the residuals was that he wanted to have a a funded organization that he could pull off the shelf to do other operations. Is that what in essence his view was?
We're talking about my alleged solicitation now?
No, we're back to the use of the residuals. Is it okay?
I'm sorry, counsel, would you please repeat the question?
Do you remember giving testimony, and it was not clear to me at least, about the fact that Director Casey wanted something that he could pull off the shelf, and that's why he was excited about the fact that
Yes.
you were now able to generate some surpluses that could be used?
That is correct.
Well, why don't you give us a description of what he said, or as you understood it, what he meant about pulling something off the shelf?
Director Casey had in mind, as I understood it, an overseas entity that was capable of conducting operations or activities of assistance to U.S. foreign policy goals, that was a standalone, it was self-financing, independent of appropriated monies, and capable of conducting activities similar to the ones that we had conducted here. There were other countries that were suggested that might be the beneficiaries of that kind of support, other activities, to include counterterrorism.
Now, did I understand you to say, and if I'm wrong, just tell me, that the chart that you had drawn by Hakeem, which is Exhibit 328, was a chart to reflect that concept?
I don't recall asking Mr. Hakeem for that chart. I think my recollection, excuse me, my recollection is correct. That chart was something that I had asked General Secord for.
But was it intended to reflect the concept as described by Director Casey?
Yes.
Now, Director Casey was in charge of the CIA and had at his disposal an operations directorate, correct?
Certainly.
And as I understand your testimony, Director Casey was proposing to you that a CIA outside of the CIA be created. Fair?
No.
Well, wasn't this an organization that would be able to do covert policy to advance U.S. foreign policy interests?
Well, not necessarily all covert. The director was interested in the ability to go to an existing, as he put it, off-the-shelf, self-sustaining, stand-alone entity that could perform certain activities on behalf of the United States. And as I tried to describe to the committee last night in the executive session, several of those activities were discussed with both Director Casey and with Admiral Poindexter. Some of those were to be conducted jointly by other friendly intelligence services.
Colonel,
But they needed money.
Colonel,
Yes, Counsel?
you understood that the CIA is funded by the United States government, correct?
That is correct.
You understood that the United States government put certain limitations on what the CIA could do, correct?
That is correct.
And I ask you today, to all you've gone through, are you not shocked that the Director of Central Intelligence is proposing to you the creation of an organization to do these kinds of things outside of his own organization?
Counsel, I can tell you I'm not shocked. I don't see that it was necessarily inconsistent with the laws, regulations, statutes, and all that obtain. I don't see that it would necessarily be unconstitutional. I don't see that it would necessarily be in any way a violation of anything that I know of. And if indeed the director had chosen to use one of these entities out there to support an operation in the Middle East or South America or Africa, and an appropriate finding were done, and the appropriate activities were authorized by the Commander-in-Chief, the head of state, in his capacity to do so, what would be wrong? You know, maybe I'm overly naive, but I don't see what would be wrong with that.
Well, maybe you are, but did the director ever tell you that he contemplated that this private organization would operate pursuant to presidential findings?
We never got that far.
Did the director ever tell you that this private organization would be subject to oversight pursuant to the laws of the United States by Congress?
Again, the discussion didn't get that far. Let me describe one example to you,
Well, before
if I may. When we ended up needing a ship to perform a certain task, there was nowhere to get one on short notice. And so this organization produced it practically overnight.
But is it a fact?
And that was because the director said, we can't find one anywhere else. Get a ship. And we got a ship.
And that was a ship to be used for a covert operation, correct?
As I defined them to you last night, there were several that were to be
But
done by
that
that
ship was to be used for a covert operation.
That is correct.
And is it a fact, sir, that it was purchased out of the funds that were generated by the Iranian arms sale?
It didn't cost the taxpayers of the United States a cent.
But was it generated out of the proceeds of the Iranian arms sale?
I cannot tell you exactly what the source of those funds were, other than it was not taxpayers' money.
Well,
and you and I both know there were many sources for the funds that went into those accounts.
Those accounts were the enterprise accounts?
I never referred to them as the enterprise.
I don't blame
referred
you.
to them
Lake
by
account.
several. The Lake account was the money in.
Project Democracy. You
Thank
use
you.
terms like that. Now,
I don't have a problem with using a term called Project
well,
Democracy.
let's talk about that, because part of democracy here was that there was a law that said that the President of the United States should authorize covert operations, right?
Yes.
I think that Mr. Lyman, if I might make a point of order, I think Mr. Lyman is out of line in asking questions that prejudge opinion of this committee. He is phrasing his questions to make an argument, to slant it as though the entire committee thinks that this is a horrible thing. He doesn't speak for everybody. I don't know that it is or it isn't. But I thought that Mr. Lyman was supposed to be getting facts out today, not expressing views, not expressing shock, not expressing the idea that of his own opinion or this committee. And I just am greatly concerned that this is not the appropriate. If one of us wants to do it, maybe that's our role. But I didn't think council should be doing it, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order has been noted, and the record will show that you disagree with the method by which Mr. Lyman is questioning. Please proceed.
Colonel, you worked on the presidential finding
I
for the
worked
Iran
on
venture.
a number of presidential findings.
Was there a provision in that presidential finding signed by Ronald Reagan for the purchase of this ship?
No. But there was nothing that prohibited the purchase of the ship by the private commercial companies that were supporting that activity.
And
the ship was there to serve the foreign policy goals of the United States. The fact that the whole operation was terminated before it could do so is unfortunate, in my humble opinion.
was the President of the United States told about the fact that that ship had been purchased?
I do not know.
The Congress wasn't told, correct?
They certainly know now.
They weren't told at the time,
I don't believe they were, sir.
so that as far as your own personal knowledge was concerned, the people who approved the purchase of this ship for this covert operation were you, the Director of Central Intelligence, and Admiral Poindexter.
And Richard Secord, who was managing the private commercial operation.
Did Richard Secord do it at the request of you?
He did.
Did you feel that you needed the approval of Admiral Poindexter to do it?
I believe I sought that approval.
Did you seek that approval with a memo that went up the line in the same form as the ones we've been talking about?
What do you mean by the same form? We've seen several different forms
Well,
here
the
this morning,
forms say,
Counsel.
recommend that you brief the President.
I don't
and
know
obtain
that it did or not.
And you also got the approval of the Director of Central Intelligence.
I got the request from the Director of Central Intelligence. The idea did not originate with me. When we found ourselves without the capability, unbelievable though that may seem, to put a radio broadcast ship out at sea off a hostile nation, and we couldn't find a ship in the entire CIA inventory or the United States Navy that was able to do it, the Director of Central Intelligence came to me, and within, I think, 72 hours, we had a ship.
Don't you think that's a decision that the President of the United States should make?
If the Director of Central Intelligence asked me to produce a ship, and I did so, I think that is good and sufficient.
Now, if you look at a 515, would you look at your prof note from Admiral Poindexter on this ship? $515. Do you remember that Admiral Poindexter, I'll get you the number, but
Please do.
$191? $491? $191. Do you remember Admiral Poindexter? Do you remember Admiral Poindexter sending you this prof note?
Now that you show it to me, I do.
Let's read it. It's dated $515.86. In a memo from Ken, who's Ken?
Mr. de Graffenried, who was the Director of the Intelligence Directorate and Special Assistant to the President.
In a memo from Ken to me today, he talks about your offering a Danish ship under your control to CIA for broadcasting into, and then it's blanked out, that's a hostile country, right?
Yes?
And then Admiral Poindexter says to you, I am afraid you are letting your operational role become too public. From now on, I don't want you to talk to anyone else, including Casey, except me, about any of your operational roles. In fact, you need to quietly generate a cover story that I have insisted that you stop. Remember that?
I do.
So he wanted you to continue, but to have a cover story that you stopped.
And
Right?
the last line is, be cautious.
Be cautious.
And that
and-
note was sent to me at 9:21 at night while the Admiral was still at work.
And you talked about the fact that
I can tell you exactly
you
why
talked
that
about,
note
I will
was
give you the
originated.
second, you talked, that opportunity in a second. You talked about the fact that Director Casey described the Iran initiative with the residuals being generated as the and these are your words, the ultimate covert operation.
Yes.
Would you agree that this here is the ultimate covert operation, even one that you're not to talk to the Director of Central Intelligence about?
The problem that generated this note was that Director Casey had told someone on his staff that they could go to me for the ship. When I was out of town or out of the office, a call was placed to Mr. de Graffenried's office instead of mine, because he was the normal point of contact for the CIA. And that's what generated this note. It was not my indiscretion in that case, it was Director Casey's,
And
unfortunately.
So this business of covert operations reached the point where not only Congress was regarded as too indiscreet to be told, but that even the Director of Central Intelligence made that list. I have no further questions this morning.
Mr. Chairman. Chairman.
Cheney?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to inquire the plans for this afternoon. We've now had 21 hours of questioning. No member of the committee has yet had the opportunity to ask any questions of the witness. Our original intent was to finish by this evening. Obviously, we aren't going to make that now, but without in any way casting any aspersions on Mr. Lyman, he's had a full day to ask questions, and I wonder how soon we can expect him to finish his examination of the witness.
Mr. Lyman?
I believe that I can finish it in no more than an hour, and I'm going to try to do it in a half hour.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would hope we can hold to that deadline. I do think we need to move on, and I do think the original purpose of this exercise was to allow members to question, and I think the procedures we've adopted badly need to be adjusted, and I hope we take that into consideration in connection with our next witness. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Cheney, I'm certain you realize that this matter is presently under consideration.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the Chair. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lyman, in his examination of the witness, has implied that the speech that Colonel North gave was a solicitation for funds, or that during the speech he solicited funds. The Colonel indicated that it wasn't so and asked permission to give that briefing to this committee so we could form our own opinion. Since it is a relevant point made so by the questions of Mr. Lyman, I ask the Chair that the witness be given permission to give that briefing to this Congress or to this committee, so we, with the slides, so we can form our own conclusions as to whether he solicited money. I ask the Chair.
I will discuss this matter with your chairman, Mr. Hamilton.
Will
May
we
I
have
ask
a ruling
how
on
long-
that this
may I
afternoon,
ask the
Mr.
Colonel
Chairman?
a question, sir? How long will this briefing take? Because we're trying to cut down our consideration of you as a witness.
I believe it can be done in 20 minutes, sir.
We will make every effort to have that briefing as soon as the slides are available.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If there are no further questions at this juncture, we'll stand in recess until 2 p.m. this afternoon.
shortly before we broke for lunch, there was indication that perhaps our counsel should cut short his questioning of Colonel North. I wanted to point out, just for the record, that no member of the Senate interrupted his counsel during their questioning of Colonel North. Not one member ever interrupted either Mr. Neals or Mr. Dan Clayton. Number two, there are no time limits imposed upon House counsel. It took 2.5 days. I reject the notion that somehow, because the members don't like either Mr. Lyman's tone or style, that he should be forced to cut short his questioning. Point number three is Colonel North has demonstrated he's not only a brave military officer, but he's also a superb witness. And I think he's done a lot tougher things thrown at him during his lifetime in questions about Dr. Lyman. I think he's fully capable of handling those questions without the able assistance of members of Congress. And the final point I'd like to make is, perhaps the most serious revelation to have taken place during the course of these proceedings is that of a plan proposed by or conceived by high-ranking officials to create a contingency fund for the intended purpose of carrying out other covert operations at some time in the future. With or without presidential findings, with or without notice to Congress remains to be heard from. But if members of Congress are not disturbed about that revelation, then I think the American people should be. As it takes more time to discuss this and other related issues, I'm perfectly happy to yield whatever time I have allocated to me so that Mr. Lyman might continue. But I strongly object to the notion raised by House members trying to impose a gag rule upon Mr. Lyman. I'm not sure which House members the gentleman from Maine is referring to. I specifically recall that during the morning recess, it was the United States Senator that expressed publicly and on television his irritation with the fact that all councils, not Senate council, that all councils were taking 4 days and having any limitation on their time, while members were permitted 4, 5, or 10 minutes. Not once did that senator interrupt any member of any council or any member of the House. The Senate was not objected or interrupted during the course of these proceedings, and Mr. Neals and others were questioned. If the gentleman would yield to me, I would like to find a privilege. I was the one that did the interrupting initially. This point on the phone at the end of the proceedings. And I didn't have that because I thought that Mr. Lyman was taking too much time, or I think counsel, maybe Mr. Neals was the one taking too much time. See my board said on television there this morning. The point that I was interrupting for was because I don't think that Mr. Lyman or Mr. Neals, as our counsel, should be advocating or starting questions to advocate bias or position or slant of opinion. Their job, I thought, in my opinion, whether it's Senate counsel or House counsel, is to unearth facts, not to get positions, not to slant biases. And I think that Mr. Lyman has been doing for a whole pattern of biased questions today. He's done some of that in the past, but it's been particularly egregious this morning. And I didn't think it was fair to let it continue without making the point that he does not represent this number's views. It may represent your Senator Combs, but it doesn't represent mine. So, Mr. Chairman, I totally reject the characterization that Mr. McCollum has put on Arthur Lyman's question. I think it's clearly been within proper bounds. I think it's been very professional. It has certainly been well within the parameters of the charge to this committee. It was Mr. McCollum who, in response to the testimony of Mr. Cooper before this committee said, speaking about Colonel North, Mr. McFarland and Admiral Poindexter, in a quoting them, with respect to their conversations with the Attorney General. This is Mr. McCollum now speaking about Colonel North and the other two gentlemen. I think that that in itself may well be a crime. If it is not a crime, it is certainly one of the highest acts of insubordination, one of the most treacherous things that has ever occurred to a president, it seems to me, in our history. I'm quite prepared to talk about fairness. I haven't accused anyone in this matter of criminal conduct. I recognize that the other day when I examined Mr. Cooper, whom I thought then, and I still do think now, misled the Attorney General. The facts are beginning to come out, and I think it's a prerogative of members of this committee to make points and to bring out things of that nature. To the degree to which they brought out, it was the members' role to do that. To the degree to which Mr. Wellman is acting, it seems to me that's not his role. We had many discussions with him, so maybe this interview didn't have but we know about the role of counsel at the inception of these hearings, and that role is to be impartial, to bring out the facts, to make the predicates, to leave the comments and the judgments and the opinions to the members. It's my judgment Colonel Morris explained a good deal of what I was concerned about. He hasn't completely satisfied me, but he's explained a lot of it. And I think that those answers were not available when I questioned Mr. Cooper. It does not bear on my point today. My point today is that the counsel does not have any business slamming questions in a biased fashion. It looked to me like he's trying to inference on ignorance to come to conclusions that would lead in a certain path to persuade the public in a way he couldn't even let it follow on. He's acting like a prosecutor, not a prosecutor of criminal law so much as a prosecutor of the president, the prosecutor of the administration, instead of a fact finder. What I thought I wanted here was to find the facts and then the members make the judgments. Mr. Chairman, let me just conclude this by making this observation. I think it's often Iranian's responsibility to press hard for answers, particularly in light of the fact that members such as Mr. McComb have stated about this matter involving Colonel North. It is certainly one of the highest acts of insubordination, one of the most treacherous things that has ever occurred to a president, it seems to me, in our history. And I submit that those kinds of statements from Mr. McComb, it's the responsibility of counsel and the members of this committee to press the witnesses very hard to find out the truth of it. Mr. Chairman, I may have a little different perspective, but if I may focus on the time of the committee to explain to my friend from me, occasionally being interrupts when the iron is hot. Those of you that passed your bar exams the first time have heard of the phrase sleeping on your roof. And when an issue is brought up, the interruption is not to foreclose the questioning, but simply to deal with that issue while it is current. And secondly, this member has no quarrel whatsoever with Mr. Lyman's questioning or Mr. Neal's questioning. I think they're doing a superb job, and I'm delighted with the results, and I would wish that Mr. Lyman would go on and on. I thank you. On the recess at noon, Mr. Lyman was considering a very important aspect of the investigation: the creation and the maintenance of a secret government within our government. The business before us is very serious. I've said this on several occasions. We may have reason to laugh and chuckle, but what has been brought out today gives me a little cause to laugh. Mr. Lyman, proceed, sir. Colonel, there could a time when the pricing of the arms to Iran through yielding the profits began to cause a problem. I'm not quite certain, counsel, whether it was the pricing or simply the person we were arranging it through, but there was some difficulty with that, yes. In fact, to become a time when you were advised that Mr. Manfred was saying that the Iranian government had concluded that it had been substantially overcharged. Yes, that's correct. And he reported that the Iranian government had gotten hold of some microfiche of Defense Department prices. In fact, to be more explicit, the Iranian government was apparently still on the mailing list for those microfiches. And he said that looking at those microfiches and what the Bonafide had charged them,
there was a 600% markup or something like that.
I'm not sure of the percentage that he alluded to, but he did indicate that they had been overcharged.
And when you first got deeply involved in December and January, one of the problems you had encountered then was that the Iranians were claiming that they had been cheated by bin Laden at all, right?
The cheating in that case was the delivery of a system that did not fulfill their expectations and what they had been told it would do. And that was not, as I understood it, an issue of price, but more capability.
Now you were faced with accusations from the first channel that they were being cheated by our pricing, right?
That was what he told us. It turns out that it was not so much an internal Iranian problem, I don't think, so much as it was his personal problem.
Did you have a conversation with Director Casey about the fact that the Iranians had failed to pay the financiers of the transaction?
Well, the one that is, of course, most easily recollected is the one that I had with Director Casey after Mr. Freeland approached him.
And did you consider, with your colleagues in the government, ways of dealing with the problem that you now have?
Yes, along with discussions with the Israelis as to how to deal with that problem.
Was one of the things that you considered increasing the charges to the second channel so as to generate money to pay the first channel?
That was considered.
And indeed, are you aware it's reflected in your notes?
I couldn't guess at this point, Counsel.
It's Exhibit 353, and it's there's our date stamp Q2559. And if you look at the top,
Highlighted,
yes, the highlighted portions, there's some portions there which I think you can appreciate. We should not read because it refers to the second channel. Best way to recoup funds to pay off full market oil is to overcharge on subsequent deliveries. And then the next highlighted, next shipment will have to be higher, $10,000 each. And then it says, or we cannot, I don't get the word is finished.
I believe that is a discussion with Mr. Muir. Those are notes taken. I think if I don't have the preceding and succeeding pages, but looking at what does follow and what is not, is the page behind that, Council 353, the preceding page.
It's the preceding one, and it appears to be a conversation with Mr. Muir. It's the only name that appears.
Yes, I'm looking at this, I recollect that this is most likely one of many conversations I've had with Mr. Muir about this problem. I would also point out that throughout this entire endeavor, Mr. Muir insisted that we keep the prices up. Whether, as we assumed, that was because the Israelis did not want us underbidding what they were normally doing, or whether that was simply to generate more revenues for other operations, I do not know.
In any event, did you discuss with Mr. Casey that you had to find some way of dealing with the claims of the first channel and their financiers? Is that fair to say?
Yes, although I must tell you that there were many who advocated, some who, many who knew about this, but within the group of people who knew about it, there were some of us who advocated letting Mr. Gorbanify deal with it himself. It's a problem that he had created. I would point out that although we had certainly run the charges up, Mr. Gorbanify had almost doubled it on top of that. And so many of the problems that were created were of his own design.
Is it a fact that the problem that you were concerned about was his threat or the threat of his financiers to make this public?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
And so an operation that had been kept quiet from Congress was now in danger of being blown by people who said they hadn't been paid.
Well, again, I don't want to make anyone with a misapprehension that it was simply a matter of keeping it secret from Congress, as I have testified for nearly 4 days. This was an operation that was to be kept secret across the board, and it wasn't simply a matter of keeping it from Congress.
When you say
It was a covert operation for all the reasons that I have described in the need for secrecy.
when you say secret across the board, would you agree with me that at the very least the following people knew about our involvement? One, Mr. Gabanafar.
Certainly, he started it.
The Israelis.
Some in the Israeli government.
The Iranian government officials in the first trial.
Yes.
The Iranian government officials in the second trial.
That's correct.
So that you were willing, when I say you, I'm not talking just about the organization, as those who were engaged in the activity were willing to take the risk on trusting them with secrecy, but concluded that it was not possible or prudent to reveal it to the leadership of Congress. That's what it comes down to.
Counsel, in asking me to second guess the decision not to have advised the Congress in the initiation of this activity on the final of 6 or 17 January, I'm not going to second guess that decision. I would point out that in the previous administration, just prior to this one, there was a similar effort to rescue hostages, and to my knowledge, the Congress was not briefed on that one. And the Iranians, Israelis, and foreign government officials, and officials throughout our government who were apprised of that activity, and because of the risk to life of American citizens to include the hostages, the Congress was not briefed.
Was the leadership briefed?
I don't know. I told you it was not. That was not here.
Colonel, on this operation, was there any discussion that took place that you were privy to between the beginning of January and the time that this first appeared in a Lebanese newspaper about whether the time had come to tell the intelligence committees?
I was not privy to any conversation during that council.
Now, you were involved in the providing the bank account number to Elliot Abrams for the Blue Light solicitation, right?
I was.
And the fact that the number was transposed was just an error that you never noticed.
I noticed it had been transposed.
Now,
At that council, I have not seen that card. You would point out that my secretary, as I indicated yesterday, I believe, was not only given the gift of beauty by the good Lord, but she had brains. I think the committee had a chance to see that. She made very few errors. And I don't know that she made the error on that card or someone else did. That was precisely the card that was carried to give to the representatives of the Blue Eye government. I would not have given intentionally a wrong number to Mr. Abrams, you can be sure.
did you ask Mr. Abrams not to tell the CIA about the bank accounts
time, as I recall, he asked me not to tell the CIA, so that there was a request and an agreement that the CIA wouldn't be told about that. Yes. Did you understand that the money from Brunei had been solicited for humanitarian purposes pursuant to the authorization of Congress? I quite honestly don't think I focused on that. I knew that there was an authorization for the State Department to proceed and solicit monies from other governments, and I honestly don't know that it was specifically for one purpose. I don't recall knowing at the time or focusing at the time it was for one specific purpose or another. But I did assure Mr. Abrams is that those monies would indeed be set aside for whatever purposes he deemed appropriate. Did he tell you what purposes he deemed appropriate? Well, I deemed that the purpose was to support the Nicaraguan democratic resistance. And that would have included, if they needed it, legal support, not just issues. I was fully willing to live within whatever constraints he wished to impose upon that account. Did he impose any constraints? I never got any note. But you thought you were getting money when you gave him the number. True. I looked for it assiduously until the day I was, literally the day I was leaving the NSC. Did he, when he asked you for the account, say anything to you about the fact that this is supposed to be used for the purpose for which it was solicited humanitarian aid? He never knew that, Counsel. I guess my problem is I think folks may be trying to make things appear more sinister than they already were, if they were indeed at all. And the point I'm trying to make is that if Mr. Abrams asked me to do that, I would have done it. And I'm not saying he did, and I'm not saying he didn't. Those monies were to be allocated for the purposes that the Department of State solicited them for. It was not an intention on my part to allocate them to some other purpose. You're saying that those funds, as opposed to the other money in the lake account, would be dispersed at the direction of Mr. Abrams? Precisely. Could you give instructions to Mr. Hakeem or Mr. General Secord that of the $10 million, $7 million was to be set aside and $3 million was to be available for other purposes? I do not recall those instructions, but it was not infrequent that we would hope to have some operating revenue, for example, to support airlift, which certainly some can argue was a lethal activity, yet we funded airlift out of the $27 million of humanitarian assistance. And I do believe that I talked to Mr. Abrams about the need for additional aircraft and supporting continued support for the airlift operations in Central America. Did the airlift include the drops of lethal supplies behind enemy lines? It is my distinct recollection, Counsel, that we came to the committees to use a portion of the $27 million appropriated by the Congress under what came to be called the Nicaraguan Humanitarian Assistance Office for the purpose of, one, communications equipment, number two, mixed loads. Mixed loads meant you took beans and band-aids and boots and bullets. And we got authorization to do that from the Congress. Now, did you, in connection with this money, do you have any recollection of giving instructions on allocation? Not specifically, no. Did you participate in the briefing of the congressional committees on this subject of the Nicaraguan Humanitarian Assistance Office? Yes, I believe I did. And when you briefed them, did you tell them, is this what you're saying? Did you tell them that $27 million was going to be used to carry bullets? No. As I recall, and I may be recalling incorrectly, we came back to the Congress after the appropriations of the $27 million and sought and obtained permission to provide intelligence and communication support and to deliver mixed loads. And I may be imagining that we've been accused of having fantasies, but that's a Well, and subsequently it was changed to provide $100 million in proven resources. That's correct. That's what I'm referring to, Council.
On the borderline money, was there ever any discussion that some of that money was going to be used to repay the financiers of the first channel?
Never.
That was never
a common question in my mind. And I never heard it mentioned to me. I didn't mention it to anyone else.
never discussed.
Never. So.
Were you involved in the decision to seek the second channel?
Yes.
And you got approval on that from Poindexter?
I did.
And you were involved in the various negotiations with that channel?
I'm not sure how many there were before I got involved, but the initial contact was made, I think, by General Secord in the European country. He evaluated, reported back, and if my recollection serves me right, we then had a meeting here in the United States.
And you understood that Mr. Hakeem was the person who helped locate that channel?
Yes.
And did Hakeem tell you that a $2 million reserve had been set aside in order to make payments for the second channel?
As we discussed last night, and I think even during the day yesterday, Mr. Hakeem made it clear that there was a necessity to compensate those engaged in the activity. I did not press the issue. I know well the meaning of the term backsheesh. I know it is a long-established tradition in that part of the world. I do not recall discussing a specific amount, but it was very clear to me that that was part of the activity.
Was Mr. Hakeem presented to the Iranians as the president's personal interpreter?
Not for the second channel, it was for the first.
For the first channel, that's correct. There were some people in the second channel who were also present at meetings with the first channel.
Well, I was.
I mean on the Iranian side.
Initially, I didn't believe so, but then eventually, as we established contact directly with government officials, yes.
Was General Secord presented as an official representative of the United States government or as a businessman? How was he presented to the second channel?
I don't recall. I know that in the first channel, or maybe mixing it up now, he had an alias identity, and I don't recall his specific title within that. But he did have an alias identity, and we had, as you know, alias documentation.
When you were present at the negotiations, who headed the American negotiating team?
We're talking first or second? Second? I guess I did.
Now, did you present to the second channel the so-called 7-point plan?
I guess if that's what you're calling it, I suppose I wrote down 7 or 6 or 8 or whatever number of points on a piece of paper. I didn't refer to it at the time, I don't think, as the 7-point plan.
Can you look at Exhibit 308? Is that your writing on the...
No, it is my writing.
And it's the United States proposal?
That's what it says.
Now, is that a proposal that you presented to the second channel?
I'm sure it was. I don't recall whether this was done at the meeting in Washington or the meeting in New York, but I'm sure that that is one of many proposals, all of which I had tape recorded by the Central Intelligence Agency or by myself with Central Intelligence Agency equipment, so that there would never, ever be any doubt as to what I was saying or obligating or committing to.
Now, Colonel, before you made your proposals to them, did you get authority from anyone as to what you would, as you just said, commit to and present to them?
In general terms, yes. And as you can see, one of them were all American hostages released right up at the top.
Do you recall having a discussion on this subject in Germany?
As I said, I thought maybe this is what I presented in either one of the meetings in the United States, in Germany, in Geneva, Paris. I think this is other places.
This has been identified and was produced by Mr. Hakim as being presented in Germany.
Was there a date on this? And I can check the reference.
There wasn't a
the location is not that important.
Did you have any conversations with State Department representatives before you made the various proposals that you were making during these negotiations?
No.
And you've already testified that in these negotiations it was necessary for you to make representations that weren't accurate or blatantly false. Among other things that you described as blatantly false were the statements that the head of state of Iraq had to go, that the President of the United States regarded him in an unfavorable way. And did you discuss with your superiors, particularly Mr. Casey or Admiral Poindexter, before you went into the negotiations, that you would be saying to an official of the Iranian government that the United States supported the removal of the head of state of Iraq, that the United States gives some assistance on the dialogue prisoners, etc.?
I did not discuss those specifics. No. Many of these are ideas that came up in the course of the earlier parts of the negotiations, seemingly important to those with whom I was dealing, and we were trying to appear responsive. There was no effort whatsoever to deceive anybody in our government from that I was reporting to. I had with me one of Director Casey's finest officers. I had with me CIA Communications Intelligence Support. I had with me CIA personnel who were recording these meetings for surreptitious means, and I made no bones about the fact that these were available to my superiors. If anybody had any doubt as to what I was saying, they could have stopped me.
Well, I can say for the record that we do have recordings, and they do reflect those statements.
I guess my question on this council, if you have the tapes, and I think I am the one that pointed out to the subjects of those tapes and transcripts, I see no reason to have a memory quiz of a man who's been through 5.5 years trying to recall specific meetings.
This isn't a memory quiz. I'm making a statement about the removal of a head of state, about the United States committing to defend Iran. Those are things you remember without looking at the tapes, right?
Now, let me just make one observation about the United States committing to defend Iran. That is not the way it was portrayed. A specific statement reinforced by me after General Secord had said it dealt with the fact that we had built a U.S. Central Command for that specific purpose. And it wasn't something that was a deep, dark secret. The fact is, that's why it exists. That's why the Congress spent literally billions of dollars building that command. It is in every defense journal,
States would defend Iran. The United States would contend the Soviets should not occupy Iran. And the fact is, whether we had or had not gotten Iranian support, we were not about to relinquish control of Iran to the Soviet Union. And that is why the senators in the back row voted for the U.S. Central Command and the United States Armed Forces organized for it. That is no deep, dark secret, not even to the Iranians. Colonel, before you made those statements, you already said you didn't talk to Admiral Poindexter about that specific point or these specific points in the midst of a negotiation that went on over several days ago. Did you also talk about the fact that there were 2 million homeless people in Iran, which also happens to be a fact? And did you talk about the fact that the United States would supply aid like a Marshall Plan for them? I talked about the fact that they have to get beyond the issue of trading a few weapons for a few live bodies. And what our initiative was all about was a reopening with Iran, and that the President of the United States shared those concerns. The fact that I exaggerated my connection with the President of the United States for the part of this initiative I have already admitted to. The fact is, we in this country have always expressed concern for those kinds of matters. And the fact is, if we could have gotten beyond where we were and established a relationship with Iran, I'm confident that we would be doing something for the millions of homeless in Iran and the hundreds of partial paraplegics and those who need prosthetic limbs on both sides of that war. Did you say words to that effect that you just expressed? Because that's the area on the tape. Now, Colonel, you've talked about the fact that you found yourself very much involved in the management of a covert operation. Did you now find yourself very much involved in the diplomatic assignment? My whole purpose, this is also on the tape, and is also in the memorandum that I sent forward to my superiors. My whole purpose was to find a way of establishing contact so that a senior U.S. official, and the names of those officials are in the memorandum that I sent to my superiors, could eventually have a meeting with senior Iranian officials. That it would be feasible politically for both sides to be able to do that. And the names of those officials are in the memorandum that I sent forward. The suggestion that the Vice President or the Secretary of State meet with senior Iranians for the purposes of ending that horrible conflict, which happens to be the largest war on the planet Earth right now, would be to the best interests of our country and both of theirs. Did you have any discussion with Admiral Poindexter as to whether the State Department should be consulted about whether this was the way to achieve the objective that you talked about? I don't recall that specific discussion, but I think you'll find those general ideas in terms of reference were approved for the dialogue in Tehran. And I believe, although I may be correct, that those weren't approved by the State Department. Is it a fact that the Secretary of State was not told that a mission was going to be going to Tehran? Do you recall, and you can look at Exhibit 193, that the questions which I got from all in 2 books, I don't know how they were broken up in the exhibits you were given, but it's 193. You recall that you suggested before the Tehran mission to Admiral Poindexter that there be a meeting with Secretary Schultz and Secretary Weinberger, and that he rejected that. I recall suggesting those kinds of things on occasion. This is a particular suggestion, that's fine. Do you recall your suggestions being rejected? On occasion. Is it a fact that they were cut up? I don't know. It was not my responsibility to walk up to secretaries of state and defense and prize them things. It was my responsibility to carry out the lawful orders of my superiors. And as I have indicated for the last 3.5 days, I've tried to do so this way. And did there come a time when Abu Hakim told you that he had negotiated a non-plant plan? Again, I don't recall it being referred to specifically that way, but I've heard it since. Did he communicate to you points, whether he called them 9 points or something else, that he had gotten agreement from the Iranian side? I believe in that. Did you then seek approval from your superior on those 9 points? If it was something that I judged not to proceed and it did proceed, I obviously sought that kind of approval. On Exhibit 310, which is the translation that we have of the document that he provided to us, that he said he had cleared with you, and that you had cleared with Admiral Poindexter to see if you recognize it. Starts out with the Library of Congress. They're the ones who did the translation for us. Well, obviously, if I had a copy of this, I would have gotten from them in English, since I don't read Farsi. I have the cable and done translation. I'm not unfamiliar with this general proposal. Do you know whether you slated the one you got from him? I may have. Are you not unfamiliar with this? One of the best points that those points look familiar, yes. Did you communicate to him approval of these points? If we proceeded in this direction, and I would guess maybe we did, then I did seek approval, yes. And did you include in the approval that you sought the item about his presenting a plan for the release of the dialogue? Yes. And at the time, and did you get that approval? Yes. And at the time that you got that approval, did the NRC have an official position against the United States asking for that? That claim did not involve the United States asking for that. The plan that we presented to the Iranians, which we'll probably have to take up in an executive session if you want the details, did not involve the United States. And that's an important thing to understand. I knew well what our position was in the Dawa. I had written with the concurrence of the Department of State. And of course, that was always one of the demands of the Hezbollah that hold the Americans hostage. Because 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 of the members of the Dawa are related to family members of the Hezbollah. I don't want to get into matters that want to be an executive session. This question, let us leave it at this. It did not involve in any way the sacrifice of our position or the compromise of our position on the Dawa. To use straightforward proposal to the Iranians as to how they could solve the problem. Do you draw a distinction between Hakim and the United States government? Is that fair to say? Absolutely. Do you think that the Iranians who were dealing with him drew that distinction? I don't know. I was going to put myself in the minds of the Iranians. You were there when he was being presented He was presented originally as the president's. I don't recall him presented in that way at the second channel. I'm not too sure what role he was playing in that case, but I did present him that way in the first meetings. I did so in the presence of two CIA officers, one of them relatively senior. I did so with the concurrence of the Director of Central Intelligence and the National Security Advisor. The reason for that is the Central Intelligence Agency could not or would not provide a translator for that session, which is going on. What you're saying is that these were not decisions of Lieutenant Colonel North, they were decisions that were fully authorized. That's correct. I wasn't questioning the fact that you had authority from Mr. Poindexter or Casey or that you had made tape recordings of it. We have the tape recordings. I understand, Counsel. I just didn't want anybody to be left with misapprehension that all the paper that you know of how nearly blind I am and I wore my fingers to the bone taping from Secretary Leach. I typed myself in my pants that I left anybody uninformed who needed to be informed in the conduct of these operations. And then when you talked about needed to be informed, your universe was the NSC, not the State Department. Our universe was the National Security Council, the President's personal staff. And it was up to the President or the National Security Advisor to determine whether negotiations with Iran should involve the State Department or whether you should be the one left to handle it. That's correct. And they charged you with that. I carried it out in the very best of my abilities, Counsel. Now, you said, and I'm coming to the end now, you said on yesterday's session before, when you were talking about the reasons why it was important not to disclose to Congress the support that was being given for countries by the NSC, that you and others were put in the position of balancing lives for lives. Remember that? I remember that. I'd like to just pursue that with you for a moment. Is it a fact that before the Bowman period, Congress had publicly appropriated money for the CIA to support the countries, even under some of the Bowman restrictions? It is a fact that even during the Bowman period, the President had publicly proclaimed his support for the countries. That is correct. And it is a fact that the President had publicly said that he was going to seek more money from Congress when they cut it back. My recollection is that he would go back again and again and again, and he did so. And it is a fact that Congress publicly appropriated the $27 million for humanitarian aid for the countries. And then there were several waivers on the application. And then Congress publicly authorized the exchange of intelligence information to assist the countries, right? Yeah. And Congress then, for fiscal 1987, publicly appropriated $100 million for the countries for both lethal and non-lethal support. Thank God. And it's a fact that even during the Bowman period, you wanted all of the Central American countries to know that notwithstanding Bowman, that the United States was not abandoning the countries and that the President would go back again and again to get money for them, right? Correct. And you also wanted to make sure that the Sandinistas knew that the countries weren't through, right? On one occasion, I told them myself. And so, can you then just explain how you thought lives would have been endangered? And when I say you, I'm talking not just about you, but Mr. McFarland, you wrote to others, Admiral Poindexter. How you thought lives would said, are you giving support to the countries by saying we sure God notwithstanding but only? Quite simply that the exposure of the operation would have caused it to be terminated. And it would have caused it to be terminated by Congress. By the very exposure of it. By the very fact that the Sandinistas would then know, for example, the origin of the supplies, the schedules of the flights, the place where things were landing, and put such enormous pressure on the local governments that they were unable to support it. I've not missed it at all. I've been talking about the political debate that have occurred here in this country and the revelations, piece by piece by piece, just like we have on this activity. So that it was the political debate and the possibility that if our covert policy became known, that might be so it was the risk of political debate and the possibility that if it became known that we had continued support of the countries, that it would be blocked. Now, that caused this? No, you're misunderstanding what I said. What I was saying was that the revelations of the actual details of this activity, some of which, thankfully, have still not been exposed, would have cost the lives of those with whom I was working, would have jeopardized the governments which had assisted us, would have jeopardized the lives of the Americans who in some cases were flying flights over Nicaragua, would have put at great risk those inside Nicaragua and in Eastern Europe and in Europe and other places where people were working hard to keep them alive. And some of those details have still not been exposed. Yes, they have. Because of things like these hearings, there will be governments who will be less willing to assist our country in the conduct of operations, even with findings and congressional approval and the rest of it. And that's what I'm talking about, Counsel. You said that the disclosure of details could cause people to be less willing to support, but could even cause this. With the disclosure that we were supporting the countries and that we were not abiding by the letter and spirit of Bowen have done that. No, I don't believe so, Counsel. It was not an issue whether or not we were abiding by the spirit and the letter of Bowen. We did that. We lived within the constraints of Bowen, which limited the use of appropriated funds. What we were concerned about, and we talked about some of this last night, the very fact that when there was a briefing held, and lives were indeed placed at risk because people weren't quiet about it. And we talked about a couple of incidents last night, one of which I was very closely associated with. And the fact is, I have said consistently to my appearance here before these committees that there must be a better way. It is not easy for honorable men with whom I serve or myself to sit in the White House or anywhere else in Washington and have to weigh the differences between lives and lives. These were men who had high purposes. These were men with whom I worked on a daily basis who suffered great anxiety and internal discontent over what they were forced to do. The fact is, there must be a better way. And I have suggested one of those better ways. I suggested an earlier one. And that was to divulge nothing. I make no excuses for those letters on our presentation before Chairman Hamilton's committee assembled in the sit room. I've told you why I did. I'm not asking that. Who forced you? I think the relationship that exists between the executive and the Congress on these issues has given us the consequence of what happened at these events. So that it is Congress's fault and your view that you had to send letters that misrepresented what the NSC was doing on vote. I make no debate with the chairman, or Chairman Inouye's comment that there are many, many links
Pennsylvania Avenue. But I would point out to you, sir, that for over 2 years, this operation was indeed covert. It did not become a matter of public exposure and damage to this country until the very end. And I would say to you, sir, that if a way can be found to work with the Congress, the way I work with the people who I had to work with, then we can indeed solve that. Color wasn't the problem, but the Congress had decided that it did not want the country supported, and so we couldn't work with the Congress. Counsel, if the Congress decided that nobody in the United States of America should render any support whatsoever to the Nicaraguan democratic resistance, then it should have passed the law saying that. The law that was passed, and part of the appropriations bill, didn't prohibit what we did. And is it Congress's fault because of the way it worded the law that the letter said we are abiding by the letter and spirit of Owen? Listen now, I have told you that that was not correct, and I have told you what I propose to do. Is it Congress's fault? I say it is the fault of the Congress for not being able to understand what the problem was, and indeed the fault of those of us who prepared those letters for sending them the way that we did. Is it I have accepted my responsibility for my role in that, sir? Is it Congress's fault for the various representations that were made to the Attorney General that were wrong? I'm at this point sure what you're referring to. The ones on the hawk and so forth. Is that Congress's fault? I think we've already been over it. I just want to know whether your view as you sit here is that it was Congress's fault. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman. Please consultation with counsel to answer whether it's Congress's fault to represent things that are wrong to the Attorney General. I have no further answer the question from me, Mr. Chairman. My answer to the question is quite simple, and I've answered it before. I think there's fault to bear on both sides. I've said that repeatedly throughout my testimony, and I have accepted the responsibility for my role in it.
In the enterprise that Secord, I believe, calls it an enterprise, I want to go back for you to explain once again how Secord and Hakeem were first brought into the picture.
My recollection, Congressman Jenkins, is that in the early days of 1984, when we saw the money running out, we had a number of discussions within the administration as to what the alternatives were. And my recollection is that the first person to suggest General Secord was Director Casey, as a person who could, acting outside of the government of the United States, provide assistance, relying on his abilities that he had demonstrated while on active duty, his experience with covert operations, and his connections throughout the world, having come from a Pentagon job where he had that kind of a background, where he had contacts with senior officials in other governments. We all knew that the Nicaraguan resistance could not survive without the support of others. And in fact, if I may just digress for a moment, that is a very important part of all this, is that the Nicaraguan democratic resistance could not support if it only had our support, just the support of the United States. If we were the only ones backing them, they would not survive. Such was the case with the Sandinistas when they came to power. It took more than just the support of the Soviet Union, the Cubans, to help the Sandinistas seize power in 1979. Thus, the initiation was that the NSC, first of all, would pick up responsibilities increasingly as the CIA was basically phased out. It wasn't quite as abrupt as the final cutoff in October of 1984, I believe it was.
Who gave you at that point, or gave the NSC, the direction to contact General Secord? Did that come from Casey, or did that come from someone else?
The person who suggested General Secord to me, and I then took the name to Mr. McFarland, was Director Casey.
And did you at that time already know General Secord?
I had met General Secord in 1981, shortly after I arrived on the NSC staff. He was at that point, I believe, I don't want to get his title wrong, but I think his title was Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs. And I may have the title wrong.
Let me ask you about him. At that time, did you know that there had been some question at one time or another about a security clearance for General Secord?
No, I did not, sir.
All right.
And I think that issue arose later, and I'm quite honestly, I didn't even know about that aspect of it, because my contact with him was essentially broken after our work together, and mine was very peripheral compared to his, on the Saudi Arabian air defense enhancement program.
All right. At any rate, you made contact with him, and it was him that brought in Mr. Albert Hakeem.
Yes, sir. Again, I went to General Secord, as I recall, it might have been in the spring or summer of '84, basically seeking someone who can give the kind of advice and logistic support and the kinds of activity support to the resistance that we perceived they needed, because the CIA was, as I indicated, being pulled away, and of course with the most stringent of the Boland strictures in October, basically cut off very abruptly at that point. And by then General Secord had been engaged. And of course by then money had already started to flow to the Nicaraguan resistance from outside sources.
And those outside sources through Calero primarily?
The one I am aware of, and there may well have been others that I'm not aware of, but the one I was aware of started in the spring or summer of '84. Mr. McFarland came to me asked me for my recommendations. I went to Director Casey and asked for his advice.
Well, let me ask you at that point, did you always go to Director Casey for directions in this type of activity?
You know, in answering that question earlier, I take a little bit of contention with the word direction, and I don't want either of my previous superiors to think that I was working for Director Casey. I know who I worked for.
You worked for McFarland and Poindexter.
And prior to that, Judge Clark, and before that, Dr. Allen. But I did have a lot of advice from Director Casey.
All right. And
which I valued, Congressman Jenkins.
Yes, I understand. Then Secord and Hakeem commenced the arms purchases for the Contras.
Yes, sir. I think we got off a little bit, but after I conferred with Director Casey, I then, with his advice, recommended to Mr. Calero the establishment of an offshore bank account. And he then gave me that account number. I gave that account number to Mr. McFarland, and shortly thereafter, money started to flow. And I can't say for certain even today that there's a direct connection, but I certainly assume there was. And it flowed to that account. And then General Secord began providing the kind of support which is now so evident. At that point in time, I had never even heard of Mr. Hakeem, and it wasn't until some time later that I met him.
But at any rate, Mr. Hakeem and General Secord were in this, as I understand it, as a profit-making business.
Well, again, my understanding was, and the word profit may have come up, but the two criteria that Director Casey and I talked about, three criteria actually, and that I communicated with General Secord on, was that these had to be standalone, offshore, commercial ventures, that they ought to be ultimately revenue producers, that they would generate their own revenue and be self-sustaining, and that those engaged in these commercial ventures were certainly deserving of fair, just, reasonable compensation.
Which you never did define and was never defined to you.
No, sir.
And at that time, Mr. McFarland and later Mr. Poindexter understood that. Is that correct?
I certainly believe they did, sir.
All right. And as a matter of fact, at some point in the initial stages, Mr. Hakeem and General Secord decided to eliminate the Canadian arms dealer and give that portion of the profits to Mr. Klein's. Is that correct?
I'll have to say apparently so, because those were the kinds of details within the operation in which I did not involve myself. I didn't see any necessity for that. I'm not even sure that I was aware of that at the time.
You left that entirely to General Secord.
Exactly.
And did he have a superior in the government?
No, and he was not a part of. By then he had retired from the United States Air Force and was a businessman outside the government.
Right.
In fact, when I approached him, he did not jump at this chance. I think that should be noted for the record. Right. That he thought about it for some time. I, at one point, importuned Director Casey to see if he could encourage it along, and it was not for several days or even weeks that he came back and agreed that he would do it.
And then later, you decided, with the approval of your superiors, to bring General Secord and Mr. Hakeem into the Iranian.
That was in November of 1985.
Right. I don't want to repeat everything, but I want to know, had you ever met Hakeem up until that November?
I may have, but I do not recall meeting him at this point. I don't recall having met him until February of 1986.
First time you had met him?
I believe that's correct, sir.
And at that time that you met him in February, what was the occasion?
We were in desperate need of a translator. As I have indicated earlier, there was no translator available within the CIA at that point that could provide those kinds of services. I did not speak Farsi. The Iranians with whom we were talking obviously spoke Farsi, but not English.
So
And
it was for that.
I did not want to have to rely on the translations being provided by Mr. Ghorbanifar. And when I mentioned this to General Secord, my recollection is that he said, well, I will get Albert Hakim, who perhaps by then I knew the name, but in any event, Mr. Hakim came and served as translator for those meetings.
All right. And that was the meeting that you have testified to where the 7 points were first discussed with the first channel?
No, sir.
Or is that
my recollection
later?
is that the 7 points issue came up with the second
All right.
channel somewhat later.
Now, at the time that you asked for Mr. Hakim at the suggestion of General Secord and met with the first channel, was in fact Mr. Hakim the only person on our side, you were handling the trip, that spoke Farsi?
Yes, he was. Well, General Secord speaks some Farsi. He served in Iran, and he does speak some. I hope I'm not insulting him, but I don't think he speaks it as well as Mr. Hakim.
So the only representatives that we had when we made contact with Channel 1 that spoke Farsi were 2 people outside the government.
That is correct.
All right. You later learned, I'm sure, that Mr. Hakim was obviously into the enterprise, as he has testified to this committee, entirely for the money.
I'm not too sure how he testified to the committee, Congressman Jenkins, but and I'm not here to impugn anyone else or to defend anyone else. My understanding throughout was that the people who were engaged on our side in both this activity and the support for the Nicaraguan resistance were in it for reasons that served our national security interests. I had made it clear to General Secord, as I indicated a few moments ago, that fair, just, reasonable compensation was deserved, that these were commercial entities. And I don't recall at any point Mr. Hakim saying to me or to others in my presence that I am in this only for the money. I do recall Mr. Hakim saying that he cared deeply about the fact that his native country, where he was born and raised and lived, was essentially at a state of siege or no relations at best with his adopted country. And like many people who are victims of totalitarian regimes in Eastern Europe or Cuba or Nicaragua, who have fled to this country and become Americans, my sense was he had the same kind of aspirations that many Eastern Europeans have, Poles, Lithuanians.
Well, I understand that he had some mental, heartfelt interest since he was born in Iran, and he's an American citizen now, I believe, has been living in Europe. Nevertheless, he has testified...
Actually, I don't believe he does live in Europe. I
he?
think he lives in California.
All right. He always maintained a home, I think, according to his testimony, in Europe. He has testified to this committee already, and he stated, testified to the committee, that he not only informed you, and of course General Secord already knew, but that he also informed the Iranians in Channel 2 now, where he did most of the negotiating, that his interest was financial interest.
Well, he certainly did indicate that he had a financial interest.
Yes.
And I believe I even surrendered to the committee notes of mine that indicate a discussion that he and I had at some point about his view of where he hoped a new relationship with Iran would lead. And as a businessman, and as I understood it at the time, a very successful businessman, he saw, not just for himself, but for American enterprise as well, enormous opportunities in a restoration of a positive
Certainly.
relationship
He
with Iran.
testified to that also. And he also testified that his interest, one of his primary interests, was to open up the Channel 2, get stable relations back, because with $15 billion in trade,
I remember the number. He mentioned that to me, and I think
that
it's
he
in my
hoped to get
notes.
2% of it.
I don't remember the 2%. I remember the $15 billion.
And he was very much interested from a financial standpoint in making this succeed, is the question I'm asking. Isn't that correct?
He did express that to me.
All right. Now, you commenced at the second channel, as you have told Mr. Lyman, and the 7-point plan has been introduced. You were unable, together with our other representatives at the second channel, to consummate an agreement at that time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, as I understand his testimony, at that point, you told Mr. Hakim that you were leaving, coming back to Washington, and he had 6 hours if he could change their minds. Is that basically correct?
Well, if I recall correctly, and I may not be accurate in this, but I think what happened is that I had arrived in Europe for a meeting with the second channel. During the time in which I was transiting to Europe, the aircraft with Mr. Hassenfuss aboard, and in which Captain Cooper and Captain Sawyer were killed, had been shot down over Nicaragua. And when I got there, I was informed of that as soon as I established secure communications back with my office. And there was a desperate need for me to turn around and
So
come
you
right
had to
back.
leave.
That's right.
And General Secord left, as he has testified to this committee.
I believe he did. I think he was working on the same problem.
And Hakim at that point was left as the only U.S. negotiator for the agreement that was ultimately agreed upon by the Iranians and the U.S. Is that correct?
That is my recollection, yes,
All right.
sir.
Now, Mr. Hakim testified that he had to wait after he had gotten the agreement with Iran, which he added these two very controversial sections in there, as you have previously testified to. And he waited to see whether or not the U.S. accepted those. Sent you a message, General Secord did, didn't he? With the 9 points.
I am fuzzy on that, but eventually I got the 9 points.
And your superior approved those, and you sent the message back to General Secord and Hakim that
I believe that's the way it went.
that we had agreed to the 9-point agreement.
Again, I would like to refresh myself on the 9-point agreement before I commit
Well,
to that.
I will give you
but
the exhibit number. It is 310. But while your counsel is getting that, if I could just, so that you can refresh your memory. You signaled that we had accepted that agreement based upon the approval of Secord. Did you
Yes,
not?
I did.
Yes, sir. Later, did you stop to think at all, and I know that you sought approval from your superior, that the only person negotiating for the United States of America with Iran that ultimately obtained the agreement was a private citizen who had a substantial financial interest in the outcome of those negotiations?
I don't believe that I communicated that to Admiral Poindexter, no, sir.
And that never concerned Admiral Poindexter or yourself?
Well, and it may well be, Congressman Jenkins, that I was most injudicious, and I have certainly, difficult though it has been, and painful though some of it has been, told the committee of things that I have done. I quite honestly considered that to be motivation to make it succeed, in that he had interests that went beyond just his next promotion or going back and getting an accolade from his boss, that in fact it offered a greater chance for ultimate success.
The fact that he had a financial interest.
The fact that he saw long-term the potential for
All right, now
financial
let me
interest.
ask you at this point. I know that you have just testified today that you told many falsehoods to the Iranians, and as you indicated, would have told them anything in order to get the hostages out at that time.
Well, I may have overstated it when I said anything, but practically anything.
Yes, I
sir.
understand. But what is disturbing me about that part is that it was my understanding that we were attempting to open up a new understanding and initiative with Iran. Why would we start that off with a lot of falsehoods that would later obviously come back to haunt us very quickly?
Well, I quite honestly don't think that any of these would necessarily have led to that kind of confrontation. I think that these things were, if you'll excuse the expression, fuzzy enough, with the exception of the issues on return of Americans, that if you could have just gotten beyond my level and up to the Secretary of State level, or as one of my proposals went forward, even as late as mid-November after everything was blowing up, a meeting with the Vice President and a high-level Iranian official in a Mideastern state, that we could have gotten beyond the issue of hostages and arms and quickly toward the kind of thing that would have yielded a solution to the war between Iran and Iraq. And I think that's, well, but Congressman Jenkins, that at that level, I mean, my counterpart on the Iranian side, although young, was of more senior level than I.
So you didn't think that any falsehood that you told at that time in order to get them to accept the agreement would bother relations?
I didn't think it would jeopardize the next step, is what I'm saying. And I was judicious, at least in that, Congressman Jenkins, that I didn't believe that the things I was saying would result in an increase of jeopardy for the next level of meeting that we were hoping for.
Well, I must say that disturbs me somewhat, but I'm assuming that in your discussions with Admiral Poindexter, that he had authorized you to make any type of statement that you might desire at particular meeting? He didn't?
Admiral Poindexter gave me certain basic parameters, and I tried to follow those in the midst of very difficult and sometimes very protracted negotiations.
Okay.
And I tried to keep him apprised when I was overseas through difficult communications methods. But nonetheless, I tried to live within the boundaries that had been established for me and yet still make progress on a very difficult issue.
And you felt that you had the parameters at that time to make statements, excessive statements, or some outright misrepresentations to the Iranians, because it was in our interest to try to get the hostages back at that particular time.
And foster the hope of a further meeting with senior level officials.
All right, sir. Now let me follow up the private sector just a bit and get away from that particular meeting. While I've supported Contra aid by the United States government, I'm deeply concerned about this type of setup that some people call a government within a government, and I want to pursue that so that I understand it.
If I may, Congressman Jenkins, I take issue with that description.
I understand, and maybe I will too. That's the reason I want to ask you some questions about it. Now, as I understand, this continuing fund that would be funded from the profits or the residuals, as you refer to them, of the sales to Iran, as well as some of the gifts from at least one of the countries that went into the account, that would go into an off-budget account that would not have anything to do with the United States government.
It did not.
But the projects that would be financed by that would all be directed by the United States government.
Yes.
And it would be directed by people within the National Security Council?
Well, I'm not too sure how other people viewed my continued tenure at any one point in my time at the White House, but Director Casey clearly saw the need for something, as he put it, that you could pull off the shelf and use that was, as I indicated earlier, self-sustaining and was there.
Well, I'm not so awfully concerned at this point what Colonel North would do, but I'm worried about the next person that has control over this account. Now, if I understand what you have testified to, that has been approved by your superiors, the Vice President did not know that any of the funds from this account were being used for the Contras.
If he did, I didn't tell him, sir.
All right. So far as you know, I believe he's made the statement, he did not know.
As far as I know, he did not know.
And while you assumed that the President knew, is that correct?
I did.
You know that he has stated that he did not know.
That's correct.
And of course, neither the United States Senate nor the House of Representatives knew, nor their committees, because as you have testified, they were misrepresented. I'll be charitable in their statements. Is that correct?
I did misrepresent that, yes.
So what concerns me from your testimony, and I'm not saying it's your policy,
I'm willing to take
because
responsibility, sir.
you're simply following orders.
I don't think that's an excuse for doing something against the law.
Well, let me make this statement and ask you if it's correct. Not a single official elected by the people of the United States of America had any knowledge about the use of that fund. Is that correct, or is it incorrect?
Let me go. That is current knowledge, Congressman Jenkins, and that goes back to what I just said a few moments ago. It was my view then, and it continues to be my view now, that we were not breaking the law, that what we were doing was within the law, that I had assumed that the President of the United States, who is, after all, the senior elected official in this land, was aware of it. The fact is, I believe that the President ought to be able to carry out his foreign policy. And if one goes back to 1984, when this activity began, and I don't see a great deal of difference between what we were doing in terms of the actual arrangement, between what we did in 1985 with the sale of Hawk missiles, or TOW missiles, excuse me, or the earlier contributions made by other countries to these activities, that they are within the bounds of the executive.
I understand that. And I understand where you were, because you assumed that the President knew.
I did.
And I understand your position. But I hope you understand what I am disturbed about.
I do. And
there is not a single official elected by the people of this great nation that had any knowledge of that. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, Congressman Jenkins, and I have suggested a solution to that. What I said earlier, in fact, just before the break, in response to Mr. Lyman, having made the assumption that the President was aware, certainly through my chain of command indicated that we should proceed. And what I said that this whole thing represented to me was an indication of a broader problem. And as early as 1985, or maybe it was June of '86, I had given a speech before the American Bar Association in which I had proposed a solution for being able to consult discreetly with members of Congress to get the kinds of appropriations to carry out these activities. I think that there is fault to be found on both sides.
Oh, I understand that and would agree with you fully, and there ought to be bipartisanship in foreign policy, and I've always tried to follow that.
And your votes
as
for
you
the
well
Nicaraguan
know.
resistance were difficult for you and the party, and I understand
All right.
that.
Now, but I believe that the United States government ought to do it. I don't
do
believe
too,
that
sir.
any privateers ought to be doing it secretly. You see, that's what disturbs me.
I understand, but I want to say, Congressman Jenkins, that I never, from the earliest days of this activity, envisioned that I was in this to make anyone rich.
Oh, I understand your position.
And I am not
I'm
certain
being,
at this point that that's the intention of any of those engaged in it. And as I said the other day, if someone were to ask me to arbitrate, and I'm sure that they won't, but since we had hypothetical questions, this is another hypothetical answer. If I were asked to arbitrate as to what should be done with the remaining funds that are in accounts or wherever, once those bills were paid and the liens were covered, and the expenses that had accrued were taken care of, I think every single penny that's left ought to go to the Nicaraguan resistance
Well, we
and
asked
save the taxpayers a couple
Sure.
of dollars.
We asked Mr. Hakeem about that, who has control over it, and he would not agree to that.
Give me
you know.
10 minutes with Mr. Hakeem.
You think if you have 10 minutes that you can get Mr. Hakeem to turn over that $8 million?
If I could meet with anybody without a bunch of lawyers around, I reckon I could, sir.
Well, let me ask you about that, really. You are a very articulate person and persuasive. In looking back on this, do you think that sometimes you may have persuaded your superior to take certain action even when cabinet members were opposed, simply because of your eloquence and very sincere beliefs?
I have no doubt about that.
Many
and
times.
I have indicated that I accept responsibility.
Yes, I understand that. That's not a bad trait. It's a good trait, that you were able to persuade people. Isn't that correct?
The good Lord gives us all certain gifts.
And you certainly have a good one there that you should be very grateful for. You persuaded Poindexter to continue this even against Schultz and Weinberger's position, didn't you?
I don't know that it was only me, but it certainly resulted in that. Yes, sir.
And on many other occasions, you were the principal voice, I'm assuming, within the National Security Council as far as persuading the administration to take a certain position. Do you think that you played the most important role?
Congressman Jenkins, on some issues I was probably the only voice, and that's not to say that's necessarily good or bad, but that all of the men that I worked for whom I still have enormous regard,
Sure.
were judicious men of great intellect, patriotism, and to go back to one of our earlier comments, none of this, particularly when it came to drafting letters that were not accurate or misleading, none of that came easy to any of us.
I'm not, as I indicated to you, I'm not so concerned what you would do with this permanent fund, but I'm concerned about the future ollies that may have jurisdiction over the fund. Are the people who follow Mr. Poindexter, under any administration. Based upon what you have said, I mean, if they'd decided to, I'm not talking about you, but whoever had control of this fund, if they wanted to give the money to the Sandinistas, they could have.
They better look out for me if they did.
Well, I'm not talking about with you being there. I'm talking about your successor. This was going to be an ongoing
That was the
fund,
intention.
was it not?
It was. Again, I can't say for sure when we started talking with the Israelis about the kinds of activities I described to you last night, what the time frame would have been. Most of those were relatively short-term operations as I described them to you.
Well, the exhibit well, I hope while part of this has been repetitious, I wanted you to see the concern that I have with this type of operation. I don't know where you see any dangers in that type of operation or not.
I share some of your concerns, but I also share a belief that there are responsible people within the executive who are competent to undertake those kinds of activities.
But
And given lack of alternative, again, I still see it to be within the law.
You think that we ought to have within the law that type of fund set up that has maybe no supervision whatsoever by any elected group?
No, I did not say that I thought we ought to do that.
So long as the
Congressman
president
Jenkins.
knows, I'm assuming.
That's, first of all, correct. And second of all, I don't necessarily think we ought to have to be in that kind of a predicament. My sense is that it would be far better to be able to consult discreetly with those committees that make the authorizations and appropriations for intelligence activities, to have a clear understanding between the executive and the Congress that revelations regarding those activities are totally unacceptable to our national security interests, and that those monies ought justifiably to come from this body. After all, it is the Congress that appropriates. So I share your desired outcome completely.
Oh, it's not that. I just could not ever support any type of private foreign policy under that type of description is my concern.
I understand what you're saying, sir, and that's why I took issue with the description of a government within a government. It was not nearly so broad, although it was described by Director Casey as a full-service covert operation.
Right. But if it's not, it's private money coming in, as you have indicated.
There was.
But the direction as to how it is spent is coming right from the government, our government.
It was.
And by future administrations, if the fund remained permanent.
I've given a solution for how to take care of that,
Well,
sir.
I understand that, and we may have to look at it. Let me go into another area for a moment. As you probably know, I've had great difficulty also with the practice of either soliciting funds from third countries for foreign policy actions which may or may not be, which are not supported by the Congress. I'm not going to get into the argument as to whether or not the Bolin Amendment, the different definitions.
I understand, but if I may, part of the understanding that I had with Director Casey was a parallel in which there is, as we all know, at least the intelligence committees know, a covert operation approved by the Congress in which contributions are provided by other governments.
Well, I understand that, and the initial contribution from country number 2
You got me again here.
was really sought by the Secretary of State, I believe, by some higher official. You were not instrumental in that, if I understand
I
it
was
correctly.
instrumental in that I had Mr. Calero establish an account. I passed that account card to Mr. McFarland.
Now,
I still don't know that it was number 2,
Yeah.
sir.
The difficulties that I have, which have been well publicized, is that I think that when we place ourselves in such a position of seeking donations from third countries that may have no direct interest in Nicaragua, that we compromise ourselves and place them in a compromising situation. You understand the difficulties with that approach, do you not?
I understand what you're saying, Congressman Jenkins, and if I may, I'm not sure that I entirely agree with you. And the reason I say that is because, as I indicated in my testimony, I didn't have to use a great deal of convincing to encourage, or however one wants to put it, have other people make contributions. Almost without an exception, there were others who saw it to be in their interests to support the cause of the Nicaraguan resistance. It was mind-boggling how very clearly they saw the consequences of a communist takeover and consolidation in Nicaragua and the inevitable expansion of communism in Central America as creating vulnerabilities to them, even though they were tens of thousands of miles from here. And thus, if one uses the parallel of the support provided by another country for an authorized covert operation that is now unfortunately known, I don't think that we incurred any liabilities by asking them to assist us in that activity, and they have done so. And honestly, I don't think that we have incurred liabilities by asking others to help us with the cause of democracy in Central America.
Well, I know that you made a similar response, and I might say that I had some concern with what you said. It was a good speech, but a good response as far as your position. But you indicated that many members of the Congress, here these other nations were giving, and the Congress of the United States would not do what they were doing for the cause of democracy.
You did.
Yes, I know I did. But I picked up this list, and I know there's differences of opinion on this panel, but I respect their views, even though they may be opposite of my views. And I looked at this list of nations, and I do not see a single democracy on the list except the first one, who gave us no financial help. And I think it's unfair to the panel, do you not, or to the Congress, to say that nations that are not even democracies themselves have more interest in democracy in Nicaragua than the Congress of the United States?
Mr. Jenkins, I did not make the accusation in that form.
Well,
what I said was that those countries demonstrated an awareness of the consequences of a communist takeover in Central America that made them want to contribute to a democratic outcome in Nicaragua. The fact is that if we were to have been proscribed from doing that kind of activity, and the Congress sought to proscribe the executive from their doing that, then it should have passed a law that forbade it, and there should have been the ultimate constitutional confrontation.
I want to ask you then, and I apologize if you did not make that type of a statement. I understood that you were being critical of the Congress as compared to foreign countries who love democracy maybe more than members do.
No, I was being critical of the Congress. I would leave it at that, sir.
All right, sir. It just struck me as ironic that none of these were democratic countries. Let me move into the negotiations. Let me move into a bit further in your testimony as to how these countries were willing to give. As I look at the 9 countries on the list, we received contributions only from financial contributions from number 2 and number 3. and the one that has been identified as Brunei, which was never used.
Never found, or it would have been, sir.
Was placed in the wrong account.
Unfortunately.
You made contact with country number 5. I assume that they did not make contact with us wanting to give.
I don't recall the exact arrangement of who contacted who, but there were discussions and there was assistance provided.
Well, the question is, as I look down the list, did any of these countries voluntarily come to us and want to donate?
Well, yes, one that was turned down, number 6.
Okay,
At
one
least through an intermediary, not directly.
Yes.
I'm not too sure how the approach with 3 started. I believe it was through a person who's already testified.
General Singlaub.
Exactly.
And it took a year or so before they contributed. And you met with them one time, did you not?
I did. Perhaps I misunderstood, Congressman Jenkins. You said none of those 10 countries are democracies, or none of those who gave were democracies.
Do you see another there besides number 1 who did not give?
Number 1, and number 1 did make a contribution, but it wasn't necessarily money, although some money was used. Number 7 is certainly a democracy, and they provided
They didn't give any
extraordinary-
money.
No, they provided services.
Yes. Did any of these countries voluntarily come to us to give, is my question.
I can't say that they did, no.
So they were not exactly beating our door down to make contributions.
Well, just to clarify, if you're talking about giving being financial only, that's correct. But if you're talking about looking for ways to support a democratic outcome in Nicaragua, that's not correct. And various countries made various proposals as to how they could help, and we took them up on most of them, particularly in Central America.
Well, I was simply looking at the ledger of the money that came in, and
Yes.
I did not see any there that came. In your meeting with the delegate of country number 3, that eventually gave us, the one that did contribute,
Yes,
total of $2 million.
I believe so, yes.
At that particular time, what did you discuss with that representative that was set up for you? The appointment was set up by the State Department, as I understand.
Actually, it was prior to his arrival at the State Department.
Mhm.
He was still working on the National Security Council staff at the time. And I discussed, well, he said that various overtures had been made to him by various parties, and that there was interest back in his capital, but that he wanted to make sure that that was something that we would indeed want done. And I confirmed that. I told him that we would be very grateful, as indeed we were. The no quid pro quo was suggested, none was offered, and the contributions were made.
Well, as you probably know from previous hearings, at that particular time, there was a very important trade bill that
I
affected,
do understand that.
affected that country.
I do understand that. If
And
there-
that it had been passed by the Congress, but not dealt with at this particular time, vetoed or signed by the President. And that the contribution came after the bill had passed the Congress, adversely affecting country number 3, and it was subsequently vetoed. There was no discussion about trade issues or any other issue.
Never.
Because that's outside of your jurisdiction anyway, and you would not have discussed that, would you?
I dealt intensely on trade issues, which were political military issues in Central America. That issue was never, ever raised, discussed in any way. Congressman Jenkins, I want it to be very clear on the record that neither he nor I discussed it, and I, because it was a part of the world in which I did not have political military policy activity, was totally unaware that that was an issue. Totally.
Totally unaware that it was even an issue
Yes.
on the Hill. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
I'm not saying that you had any, because I understand that's
understand.
outside of your sphere of discussion. I just don't know what
And
else.
I feel the same about Dr. Segur. I just can't imagine that Dr. Segur in any way used that meeting or the fact of this meeting to influence that activity at the White House whatsoever.
But you would have no reason to know either, I assume,
No.
if that ever crossed the minds of the officials from country number 3.
I have tried hard not to read other people's minds, sir.
You don't think that that would ever enter into their
I don't know.
considerations?
I do not know. They did not mention it to me,
I
sir.
understand. Do you know whether or not any other official, Mr. Poindexter, or Mr. McFarland, or anyone else ever discussed
The
this with
subject
him?
was never, ever raised with me. I never even heard of it until these hearings, sir.
All right, sir. I want to very quickly, for what little time I have left, go into to another area. Mr. O'Boyle has testified that in the course of a meeting with you following a fundraising solicitation with Mr. Channel, not with you, but with Mr. Channel, you indicated a plan for U.S. involvement in Nicaragua that was extremely, in his words, very, very secret, and that you indicated that should not be revealed to anyone else. Did that conversation ever take place?
I do not recall the specific conversation with Mr. O'Boyle or conversations, because it appears that I met more than once with Mr. O'Boyle by my recollection. I cannot imagine that I used the word secret. I probably used the word sensitive. It was probably in response, and that question was asked by others, and the question would generally be asked, look, is there any end to this? How can this possibly come to a conclusion? I hear on the one hand that there's no way for the Nicaraguan resistance to ever militarily win a victory over the Sandinistas, given the preponderance of numbers and force on their side. And I described to him a plan which had been discussed with the Nicaraguan resistance. It was not summarily dismissed as others may have indicated, and in fact was designed to preclude U.S. military ground combat operations. I want this committee, or these committees, to be abundantly clear that I personally, in every policy paper I wrote for the President and for my superiors and for coordination with the other departments and agencies with whom we were in contact at the NSC, vociferously advocated solving the problem of democracy in Nicaragua without the use of U.S. military force. And that's very, very important.
I understand that.
But Congressman, I think people have left the wrong impression. This man saw too many Marines die to in any way advocate using U.S. military force in Central America unless it was the last.
Oh, there's no
resort.
disagreement on that issue. The point I'm asking was, did you discuss any, in his words, very, very secret
My words would
involvement?
be, look, this is a sensitive issue.
It's not
This is,
classified.
it is
that
not
right?
classified.
All right.
It
That's
was
all I want.
discussed with the resistance.
Okay. That's the only, that's the answer that I was, if it was not classified. He is one of the people who later contributed 100 and something thousand.
I'm told that he did, and I was never present when any check was ever handed to Mr. Miller or Mr. Channel.
Oh,
Ever.
I understand that. You've already testified to that. I'm just curious about the security aspect. Let me ask you about one other thing in security that, since I'm not on the Intelligence Committee, Is the software for the KL-43 machines, is that classified?
I was told many months ago that the machines, once the zero eyes key was pushed on it, that the machine is as unclassified as this microphone.
The software is not
No, it's the
classified.
internal hardware of the machine. Once the zero eyes button was pushed, removing the encryption, that the machine was completely
I may not fully
unclassified.
understand, but I understand there is software also. Is that classified?
As I understand software, sir, it is the program that is put into the machine. You
Right.
type in the
That is
program.
classified, is it not?
The tapes that were
Yes.
used to enter, the encryption tapes, were classified. That's correct.
Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Hakim had a machine with software.
I know the General Secord did, and Mr. Hakim may have had one too. I don't
Did either
recall.
of those have security clearance?
General Secord certainly did. I don't know.
General Secord had security clearance?
Well, I said that perhaps I was under the belief that General Secord had a security clearance for the entire time that he was engaged with us.
I believe he's testified that he did
Well,
not have.
if that's the case, I
But who
misunderstood.
provided those machines and the software to those people
I did.
at the direction of Admiral Poindexter?
When you say the direction of Admiral Poindexter,
the approval.
I am sure that I told him I was using these machines. I provided one back to his office so that I could communicate with him. And I'm sure that I told him at some point who had them.
And there were about 7 or 8 that were given out with software, including the airplane company down in Florida.
We passed out cassettes every month. The cassettes
The
expired.
only question I'm asking, did anyone check to see whether any of these people had security clearance?
I was led to believe that the airplane company did have the security clearances,
And
that
who?
they do classified government work, and that the people who had it, with possible exception of Mr. Hakim, had security clearances.
And that was, who led you to believe that?
Well, I guess the people with whom I was working.
Poindexter?
No,
Casey?
Admiral Poindexter never told me that so-and-so down in Florida or Central America had a security clearance, but I made an assumption, perhaps erroneously, that those people who had the machines were empowered or authorized to have them.
Just based upon all the facts, you assumed
Yes.
that they had security clearance.
Yes.
Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Colonel North, thank you for your testimony before this panel. I know that it's been a long and grueling week, and I appreciate your testimony very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cheney for 1 hour.
For 1 minute. This is always dangerous, but certainly, Mr. Hyde, I'll be happy to.
It's a high-risk operation. Just referring to the list of countries that my dear friend from Georgia mentioned, that there were no democracies on there, I don't wish to quarrel with him. I see 3 full democracies, a couple of half democracies, but a little bicentennial note for my friend. It was Louis XVI's France which made our revolution possible and democracy in this country, and he was so undemocratic that a guy named Robespierre took care of him in a few years. So sometimes democracy can get help from strange sources, and I thank you.
Yield just for 1/2 second.
I certainly will yield to the gentleman
I
from
simply
Georgia.
looked at the list of countries and hoped that I specified the countries that gave. The only ones that I saw other than number 1 that was in fact a full democracy. As a matter of fact, 1 I think is communist. But the rest were not. 8 is a democracy, 7 is a democracy, and a couple of them, one of them is making a great move towards democracy. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think I should reclaim my time. Thank you. Colonel North,
Mr. Cheney.
I know it's been a long, difficult week. Let me say at the outset that I've been tremendously impressed with the way you've handled yourself in front of the committee. And I know I speak for a great many people who've been watching the proceedings, because the Congress has been absolutely buried in the favorable public reaction to your testimony and phone calls and telegrams. And I know I speak for a great many people when I say that I, for one, believe you've been very direct and very candid and very forthright with the committee. And as a member of the committee, I certainly appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Let me, I've got several things I'd like to touch upon, but their key point for me through these proceedings has been to try to place the events of the Iran arms transaction and the support network for the Contras within a broader context so that we understand the way some of these decisions were made and why the President and his key advisors made the decisions they made. I don't think, for example, it makes sense to focus on the Contra operation without talking about Central America, and we did that yesterday. I don't think it makes sense or that it's possible to understand these events without understanding the impact of numerous changes in congressional policy. And I think with respect to the Iranian arms transaction, at least it's my theory, that it doesn't make sense to try to understand that without focusing specifically upon the role of the hostages and the impact they had upon the thinking of the President and of those people around him as he wrestled with the difficult responsibilities that he obviously had to weigh in deciding to undertake these actions. Can you briefly describe for the committee your role and responsibilities in connection with the hostage families? I believe you served as a sort of a liaison person part of the time you were at the NSC for the hostage families.
My specific role was that of the NSC staff officer responsible for policy and activity, coordinating government activity on terrorism, and hostages fell within that since it's through terrorist acts that they were taken. We made enormous efforts in our government to locate and to recover our hostages through a variety of means. That inevitably led to contacts with the families, which were necessitated by the fact that the families of most of these men had lived in the region for years. I believe Reverend Weir was in Lebanon or the Middle East for 30-some-odd years. They, of course, had sources of information that our government didn't have by virtue of the tenure that they had. And it became necessary, even if one didn't think that meeting with the families was going to have a good policy impact, because it is a devastating experience to meet with a wife, with a daughter, or the mother, or the son of a hostage repeatedly and see the anguish in their face and know in your heart that your government can't, try as it would, can't do anything about it. It was, I think I tried to give an accolade to a young man by the name of John Adams yesterday at the State Department, who is within the consular services, at least he was, and whose job was to be the U.S. government's principal point of contact. The anguish that that man has gone through with these hostage families is almost akin to their own. For that reason, and seeing that and knowing how I felt, having met with the families, and both in groups and individually a number of times, I did not want the President to meet. In fact, we had set up a program by which the Vice President would meet with the families. Not that the Vice President is more callous, but that the ultimate decisions on things to be done would have to be the President's. Nonetheless, it was taken as a decision that the President would meet with them. And I don't mean this in any way to be critical of our political process in the White House. I think that places an unfair burden on the heart of our President. And the President felt deeply about it, as I did. And I'm willing to admit that that may have colored my decisions or my recommendations or even his. I know that those of us like John Adams who met with the families frequently saw that anguish as something that we wanted to solve. On top of that, we had Director Casey, who, as I indicated last night, had a very, very good reason for wanting one of his own back. And in spite of task forces and increased intelligence and enormous diplomatic activities, nothing succeeded until we came to this initiative. All of which I am telling you is now history, but it can nonetheless affect presidential decisions in the future, not just this president, but others. The longer-term solution is to create circumstances where hostage-taking is not a viable alternative, or groups that believe in that find that it is not in their interest. Now, there are a number of ways of doing that. We can leave our hostages that are now taken forever and show that we just don't care about hostages. You and I know that not to be true. You can take action against the hostage takers until they feel that the price is too high. The Soviets did that and got their people back almost instantly. Or you can try to influence the environment of support for the hostage takers. And that's what we tried to do. In other words, the environment of support philosophically, religiously, financially for the Hezbollah in Lebanon came from Iran. And we sought to exert influence over the terrorists by going to their backers. We also had broader goals and objectives that I tried to articulate in the findings that I worked on. And I think that if we were able to get to the point where we were able to establish a high-level dialogue, well above my pay grade, that we would have been able to achieve the kind of outcome that we were seeking. But we all knew that we couldn't establish that dialogue unless we got beyond the obstacle of the hostages. And so one begat the other problem. And that course of action, which started in September of 1985, was still at play as late as November of 1986. And though people can criticize the president for not choosing to notify the Congress at any one point in time, pursuant to a finding that he had signed, I also had in my files the Hostage Act. The Hostage Act goes all the way back to the early 1800s. And I believe I had sent that forward to my superiors saying, look, here is the authority to do whatever is necessary. That's basically the words that are in the Hostage Act, to recover American hostages, and after you have them back, tell the Congress what you've done and how you did it. In this day and age, where Americans are increasingly at risk of terrorism, and they are, we ought to think very carefully about proscribing presidential authority to do those kinds of things. We ought to think very carefully before we start to stricture statutes and regulations and requirements that would bind him in such a way that he cannot act and that we could not retrieve or recover our people safely. I do not believe we have seen the last of it, no matter what the outcome of those who are now held in the Lebanon. It is very likely that we will see more, no matter how callous we pretend to be. Americans are not, and the rest of the world knows that. And I would say, sir, that perhaps what we ought to do is offer an exception to the requirements for findings and perhaps add on to the Hostage Act so that a president is allowed to take such actions as necessary and carry them on for as long as necessary to recover our people.
To follow up on that, Colonel, I believe, and I'm not certain what the source of this information is, it may be press stories, but that one key point, one important decision was made, I believe in the summer of 1985, by the President after he'd been to Arlington National Cemetery to lay a wreath on the tomb of the young sailor Dean Stedham, who was killed, brutally murdered by the hijackers who took TWA 847. Do you remember that incident?
I remember it well, sir.
Could you tell us about it?
There were several events that the President was deeply moved by, and the murder of Robert Stedham was one of them. The murder of the Marines in El Salvador by terrorists and 2 American citizens along with him was another. The murder of Leon Klinghoffer. All of those affected, I think, all Americans, and certainly the President. And that trip to Arlington was perhaps one of the most difficult that I saw the President have to make. And this is a President who had gone to meet the bodies of those killed in Beirut, some of whom were my fellow Marines. Much has been made of how callous could North be to deal with the very people who killed his fellow Marines. The fact is, we were trying to keep more Marines from being killed, and more Robert Stedhams from being killed, and more Marines in El Salvador, and Al Schaufelbergers in places like El Salvador from being killed. And I believe that our policy needs to be broad enough to be able to take action, perhaps even as stringent as that taken by the Soviets in Lebanon that allowed their people to come home, as well as actions similar to the ones perhaps that I took and that are in so much debate, or actions like we took with the Achille Lauro, to be able to allow the terrorists to come to the conclusion that it's not wise to mess around with American citizens. I think the President was deeply moved.
Do you recall anything he might have said at the time, any specific words? Did he ever discuss his feelings with you or in meetings you attended?
I don't recall them, sir.
Good. We move on for a moment to the question of Mr. Buckley. And I know we discussed some of this in executive session last night, and clearly I don't want you to get into an area that is classified and needs to remain classified by any means. But it's generally known that Mr. Buckley occupied a very sensitive post, and I wonder if you might talk briefly about that situation. He was our CIA station chief in Beirut.
He was, and he was an expert on terrorism, and he was also involved in another program of enormous, before he went, when he was back here at the headquarters, a program of extraordinary sensitivity.
And what happened to him in Beirut?
Mr. Buckley was, from indications that we have, and it's been assembled over some period of time, and I'm not sure what the current analysis was, but when I left the government, or I haven't left the government yet, when I left the administration, the analysis we had was that Mr. Buckley was healthy when he was taken. He was beaten severely. He was probably tortured considerably. That he had a tortured confession of some 400 pages was extracted from him, the contents of which may well have been passed to the Soviets. That Mr. Buckley probably died of the complications of pulmonary edema, and that is that he'd been kicked so brutally that his kidneys and lungs filled up with fluid, and he basically suffocated.
And that obviously was known to Director Casey. Was it, I assume reports on that were provided to the President during the period of time that Mr. Buckley was still in captive?
Yes.
How
we
was
have
that?
never recovered the body of Mr. Buckley, as you know, sir.
How was that information presented to the President?
There were CIA reports that came down with the PDB, the President's Daily Brief, and the like. They were contained in reports that I sent up to the President.
Was it the kind of issue he asked about from time to time in the course of the morning briefings?
It's my recollection that the President frequently asked about the status of the hostages, not only to me, but to my superiors in briefings. The President certainly wanted to meet with all of those hostages who had been released. He met with the TWA 847 hostages when we got them free and went aboard the airplane, as I recall. He met with the 3 hostages that we were able to get out through our effort. And he made a plea to the American media when David Jacobson came home, asking for their consideration that further revelations not complicate the release of others.
Were special efforts made to recover Mr. Buckley? And
Yes, they were.
I would assume, partly on the basis that he was literally one of our own, a man in service to the nation, that there were special feelings on the part of Director Casey for Mr. Buckley as well.
It is my understanding that there was not only a professional relationship between Mr. Buckley and Mr. Casey, but a personal one, and that Director Casey felt very strongly about William Buckley. He, to the very end, Director Casey was anxious to get the body of Bill Buckley home, and certainly the tortured confession.
Would it be fair to say that the situation of the hostages, and especially Mr. Buckley, had an impact, at least, upon the policy decisions we've been talking about here in connection with the opening to Iran, the decision to ship weapons to the Ayatollah?
I believe it did.
There is a piece that appeared in one of the London newspapers, which I happened to pull out today that I brought with me, that is headlined that the kidnap and videotaped torture of William Buckley, the CIA's head of station in Beirut, shocked his superiors in Washington and led the Reagan administration to reverse its policy on negotiating for hostages and selling arms to Iran. Is that too strong a statement, or do you think it has some truth to it?
One of the most difficult things that I experienced in this rather lengthy ordeal, and I'm sure it was the same for both Mr. McFarland and Admiral Poindexter and the President, was to see the pictures that we were able to obtain, the videotapes, particularly of Bill Buckley as he died over time, to see him slowly but surely being wasted away. And we were able to obtain through intelligence sources those kinds of pictures with the assistance of a European who worked with us on this activity. And it was awful, to say the least.
You mentioned a proposal at one point that you were involved in, and we've had testimony on it from other witnesses as well, to, in effect, try to remove the President a step from having to consider the intense emotional burden, or carry the burden, if you will, with respect to dealing with the hostage families on a regular basis. Did anything ever come of that?
No, the decision was taken to have the President meet with those families.
Who made that decision?
I don't know, sir.
Do you know if the plan ever went to the President for his consideration?
I do not. I don't recall. I certainly proposed that he not. And that may well not have ever been realistic anyway. The President is a man of deep human emotion, in my experience. The call he made to me was a deeply personal one, and I think heartfelt, and I was grateful for it. And I saw him interact the same way with other people for 5.5 years.
Would it be fair to say then, by way of conclusion on the hostages, that it's a little bit easier to understand why the President made the decisions he did with respect to the operations you ran in an effort to recover the hostages, and that the policy, which has obviously been widely criticized in some quarters, appears in a somewhat different light when we understand the depth of concern on the part of the President over the fate of a handful of American citizens and the brutal torture and subsequent death of Mr. Buckley, a man who obviously gave his life in the clandestine service of the nation.
I could agree entirely with that, sir.
Thank you, Colonel. I'd like to move on to a couple of other areas of not so sensitive a nature, not so emotional a nature, and focus a little bit, if we can, upon the question of how the NSC operated. One of the comments that's made with respect to the Tower Commission, or in the Tower Commission report, has to do with the notion that somehow the NSC became operational instead of advisory to the President. As I look at your record on the NSC, you were involved in a great many operational activities, planning the Grenada operation, the Libyan raid, running the operation, or certainly having a significant hand in the operation that captured the hijackers of the Achille Lauro. Were you ever conscious of or ever involved in debates within the NSC or with your superiors about the wisdom of running those kinds of operations out of the NSC? And let me say at the outset, I don't approach it with any preconceived notion of what the right way is necessarily to do it, but it's not unusual for there to be a debate within the administration as to who's going to have responsibility for these kinds of programs and whether it ought to reside in the White House or in some other location in government.
Congressman Cheney, I've read the Tower Report, and as I'm sure most, if not all, that are here have. My sense is that legislating how the President's staff would work would be most unwise, and I'm not even sure to be constitutional. My sense is that the NSC was at times operationally engaged and successful, and you just cited a number of successes. And success has 1,000 fathers, and failure is an orphan. And all of those activities that you cited as successes were not just operations of the NSC. They may have all engaged the same few handful of people at the NSC, but they also engaged the attention and efforts, incredible efforts, of other people at the Department of State and the CIA and the Department of Defense. We could not have done Achille Lauro without a personal relationship between an NSC staff member and an Israeli intelligence official. Nor could it have been done without a personal relationship between an NSC staff member and the National Security Advisor, or between the National Security Advisor and a very high-level Pentagon official, Admiral Art Moreau. And at one point in time, we all had phones up to each ear. One phone with information in, another phone with information out. It was probably the best example of coordination that could exist. And for those, we are given accolades. And as I described it yesterday, one of the real heroes was Major General Carl Steiner, who was at the far end of the other phones, and those pilots off the carriers with the F-14s. And it all worked like clockwork, and everybody smelled good when it was done. And then you end up with one that goes really wrong. And if you think about it, the one that went really wrong exposed another one that had been going pretty good. People might disagree with it. People may have great policy differences as to how it was handled, and great policy differences as to whether or not it complied with Boland, but it had worked. And on balance, I'm not real sure that it is absolutely necessary to change a great many things except the process by which we can accord the Congress its constitutional role in being apprised of activities as they're happening. But when you think about it, there are some who would have said that before I talked to that Israeli intelligence official, or before we committed those aircraft, or those personnel under General Steiner, we should have had a congressional consultation. If we'd had to do that, we'd still be looking for the terrorists that killed Leon Klinghoffer. And so what I'm saying is there's got to be a judicious balance, and I am certainly not the man to have to choose it. I believe it's got to come about as a consequence of a dialogue between the leadership of the Congress and the chief executive. I don't believe that there ought to be such rigorous proscriptions that when it becomes necessary, like it did on the night of the 14th of April, 1986, that we cannot take actions without the possibility that those actions would be revealed afore and risk the lives of Americans. I think those things eventually have to be resolved, and they ought to be resolved soon, because as I have said, this is a nation at risk in a dangerous world, and it's not going to be easier, and I don't think it's going to be more difficult because of the things that Ollie North or John Poindexter or Bud McFarland did. I think it's necessary that the administration and the Congress come to an accord as to what would be told and when and how and to whom, and have absolute confidence that if it's done, it won't be revealed beforehand, and if the decision is taken not to do it, that won't be bandied about town, because those are things that create an even more dangerous world.
Point I'd like to touch on briefly, if I can, Colonel. There's a long tradition in the presidency of presidents and their staffs becoming frustrated with the bureaucratic organizations they're required to deal with, to increasingly pull difficult decisions or problems into the White House to be managed, because there's oftentimes no sense of urgency at the State or at Defense or at any of the other departments that have to be worked with. And I have seen, obviously, we've seen other administrations operate in this fashion. It's a well-established practice. But one wonders if there aren't problems that we encounter in the departments and agencies that automatically lead presidents sooner or later to move in the direction of deciding that the only way to get anything done, to cut through the red tape, to be able to move aggressively, is to have it done in effect inside the boundary of the White House. I notice one point in one of your prof messages, I believe, you've got a comment that it's amazing that Dick Secord can do in 5 minutes what the CIA can't get done in 2 days. To what extent did that kind of thinking lead the decisions that your unit should exist and that you should be assigned the duties you were assigned?
And I think there was a major factor in much of it. There is enormous frustration with the ability to cut through red tape, as I believe it was counsel indicated. I must confess to being guilty of wanting to cut through red tape, being impatient. There are certainly times for patience and prudence, and there are certainly times when one has to cut through the tape. And I think the hope is that one can find that there are good and prudent men who are judicious in the application of their understanding of the law and understanding of what was right, and I think we had that. And I'm not sure that the great political debates of this land will resolve that friction that exists even within the executive. And I'm not sure that you'll ever find a president who's unwilling to wait so long that he doesn't draw things in closer to himself. And in fact, it goes all the way back to the foundation of the Republic, where the president himself sends out his own agents to negotiate the Jay Treaty. And by the way, I would point out to someone who made an observation the other day, I didn't get that thing from my lawyers. I wrote it up a year before I ever met them. And the fact is, there will always be times when a president wants to send out his own agents, and he should not be proscribed from doing so. And he should be able to do so, unless we're about to change the Constitution.
In your discussions and your testimony, obviously, one of the themes that comes through repeatedly is your relationship with various officials of the Israeli government, Israeli intelligence services, Israeli citizens working apparently as emissaries or on behalf of their government. Would you call those back-channel communications between the President or the President's representatives in the Israeli government?
Back-channel has a connotation to it that I'm not sure is necessarily...
I don't mean it in a negative sense at all. I'm questioning whether or not, for example, the Secretary of State would be unhappy if he were to discover that the NSC staff were communicating with another country without his knowing about it.
I'm not trying to characterize the Secretary's opinion of me, but my sense is he is very unhappy.
When he finds out about it?
When he found out about it.
Yes. Can you relate that to us? Express his dissatisfaction to you?
I'd rather not.
Can we let the record show that that your activities in that regard, though, did generate a certain amount of friction between yourself and key members of the President's cabinet, or at least in this case, the
Apparently so.
Secretary of State? Apparently so. All right. Good enough. I'd like to move on. I'll try to end before I use my entire hour so we can get out of here on a Friday night. But as you know, I've been a strong supporter of the Contra program. You and I worked on it some prior to all of these developments, and we're actively engaged right now in an effort to persuade Congress to renew assistance for the Nicaraguan democratic resistance. And that vote's going to come up this fall. And I must admit to a certain ambivalence when I think about the operation you ran, because on the one hand, I'm delighted that the resistance survived, and I'm persuaded, based in large part on your testimony as well as information that comes to me through my service on the Intelligence Committee, that the resistance might well not have survived, at least certainly not have survived as well as it did during the period the Boland Amendment was in effect, if it had not been for your actions. On the other hand, I'm persuaded that one of the most difficult assignments any president has isn't so much deciding what our foreign policy ought to be. That's oftentimes simple compared to the larger task of building domestic political support to be able to sustain that policy. And it would seem our history is rife with examples, whether it's Woodrow Wilson in the League of Nations, or FDR in the period before World War II, or Lyndon Johnson in Vietnam, of situations in which presidents have tried to pursue a policy and ultimately have been defeated or found themselves in circumstances where they were unable to build the level of public support required. Many of us think that one of the most useful contributions this administration may be able to make before the president leaves office is to institutionalize the so-called Reagan Doctrine, the notion that the United States be prepared to intervene to support anti-communist insurgents in key parts of the world when it's in our interest to do so, Nicaragua, Angola, Afghanistan. But we've had problems in that regard, obviously, in Nicaragua, with the off-again, on-again nature of congressional support, and a lot of that goes right back to our inability so far to be able to persuade the American people that what's at stake in Central America merits the kind of commitment that we've talked about. And I'm concerned, or at least I raise the possibility, going back to my comment of a moment ago about my ambivalent attitude towards your support operation, I'm concerned about the possibility that the controversy surrounding your activities in connection with supporting the resistance may generate the kind of political opposition that will make it difficult, if not impossible, for us to be able to renew that assistance later on this year. And what I wonder and would ask you to comment on is whether or not those kinds of considerations between, on the one hand, the need to build public support for the program, and on the other, the need to run a covert operation to keep the resistance alive, were ever discussed within the administration? Did you ever participate in meetings where administration officials expressed concern about that point? Was there ever a feeling that somehow the covert operation could conceivably jeopardize long-term support for the Contras?
Yes, it did. I think, and I answered that question in part earlier. Director Casey was always concerned about that, and I shared that concern. Nonetheless, I felt, and I'm sure it was felt by others or we wouldn't have pursued it, that although that risk was very high, the risk of having the resistance annihilated while we waited for the Congress to restore appropriated assistance was even greater. And that in pursuing the activities we did, we at least ensured that the resistance would still be viable, because there was absolute confidence that eventually we would get back to where we knew we ought to be. And that was with an authorized, government-sponsored program of support for the resistance. My own personal sense is that I would have the greatest burden of all on my soul if what I have done or what I have failed to do as a consequence of supporting the resistance from 1984 to the resumption of U.S. assistance in 1986 resulted in a cutoff at this point. And I would beg you, gentlemen, all, that the cause of the Nicaraguan resistance is our own, and that regardless of whether you judge me to be right or wrong, that what we have done is we have decided, once again, with $100 million to support a cause that is just. We have decided to again support an army in the field and a political outcome of democracy in Nicaragua. And that if, as a result of what you deem me to have done wrong, you decide to stop that again, that will be compounding a tragedy. And I'm not trying to make a speech, Congressman Cheney. I'm making an appeal. Hang whatever you want around the neck of Ollie North, and I have a few millstones that I have laid before you. And I have tried to do so fully and honestly, as difficult as some of that may be. And it has been difficult. But for the love of God and the love of this nation, don't hang around Ollie North's neck the cutoff of funds to the Nicaraguan resistance again. This country cannot stand that, not just because of Nicaragua, but because of all the other nations in the world who look at us and measure by what we do now in Nicaragua the measure of our whole commitment to their cause, to things like NATO, to things like our commitment to peace and democracy elsewhere in the world. How far would we have gotten with the efforts of Dr. Segur in Korea just weeks ago if they didn't really believe that we really wanted democracy? And how long will the people all around the rest of the world who rely on us abide by us and stand with us if they don't believe that we want democracy enough just a few hundred miles from our own borders?
Thank you very much, Colonel. Mr. Chairman, I believe I have about 15 minutes left, to the great relief of the committee. It's not my intention to use that time, but I would respectfully request that I be allowed to reserve the time in the event some questions arise between now and the end of Colonel North's testimony.
According to my clock, you have 20 minutes left. Without objection, 20 minutes will be reserved for Congressman Cheney.
And by way of closing, Mr. Chairman, let me again simply thank the witness. Colonel North has been, I think, the most effective and impressive witness certainly this committee's heard. And I know I speak for a great many Americans when I thank him for his years of devoted service to the nation, both in the United States Marine Corps and as a member of the NSC staff. So thank you very much, Colonel.
Thank you, sir.
The Joint Committee will stand in recess until 9 a.m. Monday morning in this room. However, before doing that, the following exhibits will be entered into the record and made part of the record. OLN 1 through and including 4, 6 to 8, 10 to 35, 40 to 73, 76 to 78, 80 to 81, 83 to 93, 95 to 96, 98 to 155, 158 to 179, 181 to 214, 251 to 333C. And the following classified exhibits, which, if not declassified prior to publication, will be included in the classified annex. OLN 5, 9, 36 to 39, 74, 75, 79, 82, 94, 97, 156, 157, 180, 334, 360, 2360, 500, 501. And when we resume our hearings on Monday morning at 9 a.m., July 13th, our witness will be Colonel Oliver North.